Hey guys, how are y'all? Well, I'm going to continue reacting to a video that Toronto made. He's made a couple others since then. We're going to catch up on all that. Um, Sorry if I'm a little bit discombobulated. Our washer machine just gave up the ghost and it discharged a whole bunch of water in the kitchen. So yeah. But let's see here. It had a long life. All right. I think we're on random stream 60. So let me stop sharing the music. Present the screen. I'm a little bit low energy, so hopefully this gets me a little bit hyped up. Just tired from working. All right. So we're studying in the Bible in Toronto. Okay, this is the after show. That's not the video. Let me just check. Nope, this is the wrong stream. All right. So it must be 59. Okay, let's see here. No, ain't that one either. Well, 59. What does it mean by God made God in man image? Maybe it's in that one. Sorry, guys. That looks. There we are.
First into it.
All right. Let me make sure I'm sharing the right one.
Because it was like I knew that I could get away with it, you know what I mean? So it just but then over time, the fact that I knew that God would never let me go, that he would never send me to hell, it helped me to overcome that thing. Because I was like, I know I don't want to displease my father here. But and also but but I was still struggling with it, right? But then when I realized the edge into the point where I've overcome that obsessed with. Yeah. Don't be doing that, bro. But it's I'm telling you, man, all this stuff talking dirty stuff, it might give you respect among your because this is kind of like a poem. Not just sinning a lot though, because I think we all do sin. They're looking at
All right, here we go.
so I don't know. What do you guys want to do? You guys want to do a question and answer thing today, or you want to just look at some videos? Because we could look at the layman thing. That'd be kind of cool. Or we could just do this kind of Q&A stuff or whatever. Let me know. I don't mind the Q&A stuff, but it does get a bit dry after a while. But that's just me. Look at layman. Okay, cool. Actually, I like the Q&A stuff.
Now he was in this stream for about 2 hours before he reacts to me, and just like the one before, uh, he's not always fresh, and I understand that. But here we go.
So maybe we should have a Q&A live, right? But the thing is, it does after a while it starts to get like it's just like I don't know, it gets me stressed out a little bit. It's like pressure kind of, you know? Because you don't want to make the wrong, you don't want to see the wrong thing either, right? Anyway, video time. Look at this stuff. All right. Lopez versus Yair. Toronto's dazed and confused about dispensationalism, man. All right, let's see this.
See, he wasn't upset. He saw the title. He didn't seem upset at all. Seemed really chill, right? Well, let's see what happens, guys. Because I'm gonna talk about the thumbnail in a minute. As you see, I maintain using the thumbnail even in this one. Here we go. So this video is Toronto reacting to PB's video on the New Covenant, the very first video. Okay. That's the one that Toronto's watching right now.
They're looking at the video that I did. I don't know who was here the other day.
Why isn't the caption showing up? Closed captions unavailable? Okay.
I was looking at this Peaceful Banana video. Now they're watching it. This is just alright, it's all good, brother. There's new Catholic stuff on the Ruslan show. Yeah. I'll check it out. Let's see what this is though. It's the one where we talked about like ChatGPT, how to use ChatGPT to study the Bible. So he's talking about real hard that there is a knowledge of God, so they don't twist it up in their head. This trying to cheat. Probably. Yeah, you know what? So there's a playlist. I'll find it. Hang on. The audio is so weird. I don't know why. Sometimes if I stop the thing and then I start again. So I don't know. Let me know if you guys can hear it when I. Oh, okay. Oh, you think it's talking about going to hell? Well, watch the video, then let me know what you think about that. We'll talk about it some more. Weeping and gnashing of teeth is pretty clear indicator. Not necessarily, man, because weeping and gnashing of teeth is just something they would do. The thing, you know what they do in the Middle East? They'll do this thing where they'll literally send people. They're like professional criers or weepers and stuff, and they'll go to the funeral and they'll just weep. Like, because it's kind of the thing, like when they go to funerals and stuff like that, you need to have people weep because us will be ashamed.
So yeah, I watched like 5 minutes of it, and I was just disappointed because he just said foolishness, man. This is dumb. Sounds ridiculous. You just post a lot of scriptures reading. I don't know, man. It's kind of, I don't know, basically that.
I wish PB would start his criticisms with things positive. Sometimes he does it, sometimes he doesn't. And because if you start something with a negative criticism, then it's going to go in that direction. And that's already Toronto's probably soured based on what was said. And, you know, I mean, that's just how it is.
Taylor, what about you?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay. All right. So let me share my screen real quick. And I want to talk about the thumbnail I made, you know, thanks to our very intelligent AI. So, y'all know the movie Dazed and Confused, right? Whoa,
Thanks,
wrong
bro.
slide. Hold on. It's sharing the wrong
Well,
one.
do we for one day?
I looked at the title.
Yeah, basically. I don't think you're even weeping. I think the weeping again is symbolic, all right? But it's like you're gonna be a shell, but there's a judgment, and other people are getting all these. One day it's gonna say things at all. Hell, not weeping. You think it is bad to want to have a job where you want to get a lot of money so God or help rich? That's to make money. It's good to make money. It's the thing that will help you to do for the glory of God, best of your ability for thee, and then use that money to lose all my rewards. I'm not losing all your. This it's possible, yeah. All the rewards in there, okay? You've already got thing, okay?
The proper way to spell man, so I spelled it differently. And
Look, you see these guys. These guys are gonna just make a joke out of it.
Make a joke out of it, guys. I mean, first off, this is a nice thumbnail. I mean, you got Toronto in the background, a storm, a nice car, a classy looking Indian guy. There are people that put horns on people, they distort their faces, they, you know, all of this stuff. This is classy, okay? And I stand by that. Now, maybe it was because of how I created it. Maybe that's what upsets him. But anyway, here we go.
And meanwhile, I sat here and explained how dumb his argument was.
So what Toronto's attempting to do right now is Toronto's trying to frame this as an ad hominem. That I'm going to spend my time starting out with an ad hominem, making fun of him instead of dealing with the argument. No, the reality is I have limited time to do in each stream, and I'm going to take my sweet time. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make Toronto is Dazed and Confused videos about dispensationalism until he changes his view on dispensationalism or until I change mine. Okay? And I'll do it just like I do my debate prep videos and my after shows, hours and hours long. Sometimes they'll just be a short video depending on, how I feel after work or whatever, but we're just going to keep them coming. We're going to keep interacting in this way. And so I'm starting a series and I'm just setting off the thumbnail, and he's trying to frame it like, oh, well, we're attacking him. We're not attacking the argument. No, once again, he wants to accuse us of poisoning the well, but that's the very thing he did by making this about that. There is nothing offensive about the thumbnail in itself. Now, how I describe it, maybe that could be an issue, but let's just talk about it.
They're just gonna sit here and go, "Oh, men." He says, "Men." Listen, like I don't know, like I don't like this dispensationalism thing. It's weird.
What's wrong with the word man? In fact, my friends used to greet me because I always used to say, "Hey, man," and they would always make fun of me. Big deal. It's a word. I don't understand it. You gotta let these guys give you terms of endearment. They call me all kinds of weird names.
It's utterly weird that this guy comes on and calls himself professor, right? He hasn't even got to.
This is so funny, guys. Hey, thank you, camera, for the blessing. This is so ironic. Gerardo is talking to a banana. All right. Toronto's talking to a banana and he's mad because it's called professor. The reason he's called Professor Banana is because in that lecture on the New Covenant, we wanted to give him something professional, because before, when he first started streaming, he didn't turn on his camera, he didn't do all of those things, and I wanted him to kind of go into the idea, and it was a play on his name because he goes by Peaceful Banana. Actually, when he first started, it was Killer Banana before, when he first started joining us in different streams and stuff. Then he became Peaceful Banana for the algorithm purposes, and now he became Professor Banana. and Toronto's all upset about that. And you know what's funny? You can be a professor and you don't even necessarily have to have a degree. I've had professors in certain situations where they didn't have a degree. Now, this is where Toronto, see, that's what they're accredited seminary and all that. Yeah, go ahead, try that, Toronto. And I can back up my point of what I'm talking about. A lot of times what happens is professors will go through programs and they haven't got their doctorate yet, but they've done other things in certain areas and everything, so, but that's fine. The point is that he shouldn't be freaking out about a banana named Professor. If he wants to freak out about something, freak out that he's talking to a banana. That's bananas.
To school for one thing in the Bible, as far as I know. I don't even know what he's.
Okay, so it's the layman's seminary. The people that I have on my channel are not required to go to seminary or college or whatever. I'm trying to offer them an experience. I'm trying to get them to exercise their gifts like a local body of Christ would. They give us, they do presentations and all of that type of stuff. And so he doesn't need to have any theological training. In fact, you're not going to find a book on the New Covenant, a class on the New Covenant in most seminaries anyway. So what he's doing is actually in some ways more advanced than the typical MDiv or THM program in that one little bitty niche area,
Like, I don't think he's done this for the Bible. I know. But he's trying to say he's a professor.
Have you ever seen somebody so upset with the talking banana? These talking bananas going around claiming that they're professors when they haven't gone to school. I mean, come on. These bananas are not living up to the standard of day, they should have been. I guess they find it appealing. Anyway, I better split. Here we go.
And he's teaching this thing about dispensationalism to all these thousands of people. What are you doing? You can't.
It's like he acts like there's 1,000 people going to watch my videos. I don't get that many views on my videos, you know. Maybe shorts and stuff sometimes. Maybe eventually in the future they'll watch it or whatever, but I'm just a small YouTube channel, you know, and that's fine. I was a small YouTube channel before I ever started formally debating, and formally debating, you know, made it possible so that I could get monetized and things like that. And I thank God for that. But I mean, he makes it, this is what he did with Saint AVS and all those others. Man, these guys are teaching, you know, he mentions the amount of audience and basically says, look at all the people they're misleading and the influence and all of that. So when he's making that statement like that, he's essentially saying we're damaging, we're messing people up by the thousands. Okay. And it's hard to take a guy that objects to a banana called a professor. But anyway, going forward.
And like it's just ridiculous.
You know, this reminds me of the Zoom call video. It's real funny where the lawyer shows up to court and he's got a cat emoji on, and he's talking to the judge and he's saying, I'm not a cat. I feel like Peaceful Banana needs to say, I'm not a banana. I'm not a professor and I'm not a banana. All right, here anyway. In the title and in the thumbnail. But yeah, the stoner movie, Dazed and Confused. I was first exposed to it in the 90s. Not sure exactly when it came out, but you know, Sean Penn and all that. I think Toronto and I are the same age. He might be a little bit older than me. But anyway, I'm just taking something from the culture from the earlier times, you know. And then I was playing off of Toronto saying that dispensationalism was confusing. Like, no, you're the one that's dazed and confused about dispensationalism. But it talks about kids in the 70s and stuff. And so what it did was I typed in dazed and confused, right, about dispensationalism. It didn't pick all the words yet, but it went with the dazed and confused stuff and like the movie. But then it showed different people sort of similar to the characters. And I was like, remove.
That's true. That's true. But don't you want to have the great, because there it's rings like that. My good and faith. I mean, that's he's died for. He did.
I'm just
that's
what,
you know?
his
You want to honor that.
Those replaced with one Indian man who looks like a stoner wearing well, it looks like he's wearing 90s stoner clothes.
See, look at this. See, look at this. They can't.
What's wrong with that? I'm on the Discord now. I responded with some videos. Okay, Orthobrosi, and if that's you, the theist guy, I've already responded to those videos, but I'll look at those. Again, I've already dealt with kingdom theology and there's others, but I'll look into that. So yeah, he's just already going to be upset because he feels like people are making fun of him. Now, this is what I have said. Free Grace Notes, Taylor, he's like, you know, he said, I don't think, he basically said feels convicted about bringing up the marijuana references and whatever concerning Toronto. And I said, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. And I'm going to do my best to not do that anymore. There are times that Toronto has called me on something and and others, and I've deleted the video. I've made things right the best I can in other issues like that. But yeah, this is just talking about a stoner movie, stoner dress, and this guy don't even look strung out, you know? And so he's just tripping. He really is. He's just getting, it's just like he's got this legalism about him about this, you know? And he doesn't need to be that uptight.
Like, look, I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't always talk in the best, most academic way. They don't either. It's not like they're.
I know. What's your point? It's all right.
Like they're supposed to be the ones we take seriously or whatever, right? So we're all.
This is not about us take us seriously. This is about us communicating. All right. we're having a little fun, you can have a little fun. That's not the problem. The problem is your uptight reaction right now. And I don't want to cause you to stumble, so I'm not going to make a reference to those things I made a reference to. I'm going to work on that. Just like I said, even though you mentioned in this video, I said that I would not say that you were anti-Semitic. And I have not said that since that conversation, since I've dealt with that. Okay? So I'm not saying that. All right? And so yeah.
I was just here just talking. We're just talking like normal, right? But I don't do this. I don't try.
See, he said, I know I'm just talking. I know we're just talking and we're just talking normal, right? But now he wants to take the high ground and tell us what he doesn't do, right? Because he's framing it from the very beginning about all these guys just want to ad hom and not deal with my arguments.
Trying to belittle them. I don't try to like.
So I'm belittling him because I'm honoring his city in the background. I'm honoring his nationality. I'm even honoring the way that he talks and all of that stuff. I'm not mocking it. I wanted something that represented Toronto and also communicated in that way. I feel like that is a tasteful polemic.
I don't try to like put them down just for being who they
Nobody's putting them down.
are. I talk about what they argue in their arguments and how dumb they are.
Yeah, so I've learned by myself that Toronto's contagious, and some of these other youngsters are too. They use the word dumb. They use all these words a lot of times, and next thing I know, I find myself saying it, and I want to work on that, you know. So, but Toronto says it often, and hopefully he will improve in that area as I seek to improve.
Things he was saying, his arguments are dumb. That's what I'm saying is dumb.
Okay, yeah, the arguments are dumb. I understand that. I'm not saying that you're saying that the person is dumb. I understand. I know what an ad hom is. Okay.
I don't sit here and go, "Oh, layman." There's things I can say about layman. Okay, I could.
Yes. There's lots of things you can say about me, but here's the thing about it. I don't mind. You know, you'd have to say some really messed up stuff for me to be bothered. You know, before I got married and before I met Janet, yeah, I had some insecurities in certain areas. But now it's like I got Janet, you know what I mean? So I'm pushing 40, fixing to be 45. You know what? My hair's going away. That's why I got a catfish. I'm fat. I'm overweight. I got glasses. And I got all this stuff on my glasses because I can't even afford to get new glasses right now. You know what? And my teeth need to get clean. Okay? I take the Eminem approach and I make fun of myself for the most part. Okay?
There's things I can say about layman that will hurt his feelings, hurt his reputation, and make him look like an idiot.
But I'm not attempting to hurt your reputation. Maybe my description of what I put in to get to the thumbnail about the stoner thing, but a stoner, that's type of culture, type of dress. Doesn't necessarily mean you are a stoner. I mean, without talking about the past or the present, my point is I was just talking about what I did to capture your style, if you will.
Yes. I'm not going to say those things, but this is what they do because they want to poison the well. They don't want to take it.
You poisoned the well from the very beginning of this video, framing it as an ad hom when it's not an ad hom. I made this thumbnail and this title specifically for your audience because they're the ones that are going to be watching us go back and forth. No one else knows who Toronto is. No one else is going to know about what's going on here. And if someone pulls up, they're going to say we're out of our mind, like 1 Corinthians 14. No, but I'm just, seriously, it's just a way to communicate to each other. All right. And you're just going to have to deal with it.
Anything seriously that goes against them. Their arguments are dumb. Okay, this theology is dumb. I'm sorry, people that believe this. That's why you guys have to make up your own schools. You can't
Now this is so funny. They say this is why you have to make up your own schools. No, I think he's in Canada. Yeah, he's in Canada. Yes. Yeah, he's in Canada. So here's the thing about this. Number one, he's calling right here Dallas Theological Seminary a school that's made up. All right? That's what he's saying. Because when you're talking about dispensationalism, the main school is Dallas Theological Seminary, even though they fell into progressive revelation. And you got others. He wants to claim that people were making up schools to be able to teach dispensationalism. Now, here's the problem with that. What do you think the covenant theologians did? What do you think the Catholics did? You know what? Paul, for 2 years, taught in the school of Tyrannus. I don't know if he was just using the building and what all that involved and everything, but your claim, what he's trying to do is he's trying to say dispensationalism is so fringe, it's not accepted academically. Yeah, that's how behind times he is. That itself is a straw man. It's not true. He's not up to date on scholarship, and all you got to do is go to Twitter. There's tons of academic dispensationalists there writing books, publishing papers. I've had professors, Council of Dispensational Hermeneutics and International Society of Biblical Hermeneutics, and there's other things I could say about. But this whole thing, you got to make up a school. Well, everyone made up a school. Are you going to claim that you're the one true church now? Are you going to claim that your beliefs that were handed down to you were a magistrate in because they were accepted by academia at that particular time and day? Far as I know, he apostatized from everything he was taught there. As far as I know, it wasn't free grace.
Can't even go to academia with all the other Christians.
So he says you can't even go to academia with all the other Christians. Here's the problem with that. Logos Bible Software gives academic discount to seminaries. Logos Bible Software gives Schaefer Seminary students a package, just like it does Dallas Theological Seminary and other things like that. Logos recognizes the school, others recognize the school, and he's just claiming that Dallas Theological Seminary is not academic. That is insane. I don't agree with them most of the time now, but to say they're not academic, that is just horrible.
All the other Christians, they all disagree with each other too. How come they can all go to academia, disagree with each other, debate each other?
What is he talking about? I'm fine with academic discussions and stuff. Evangelical Theological Society, the Philosophical Society, and all of that. In fact, a lot of people from Dallas Theological Seminary, I would say almost everybody at Dallas Theological Seminary and other schools like that interact at those schools. Master Seminary interacts at those schools. The Southern Baptist schools have interactions and stuff. Some of the stuff is at the same schools and everything. And so this idea that we're not interacting in academia, well, then why is there peer review journals? All of that stuff is cited. So this is it's just insane. I mean, I feel like right now he's on another planet. He wants to basically say, dispensationalism made their own schools. Yeah, well, covenant theology did too. What's your point? You made your own YouTube channel to teach what you wanted to teach. A school has a right to teach what they want to teach. Hey, Ashley.
But you guys can't. Because if you guys go to a place where people actually know how to read the Bible properly and how...
See, this is the ironic thing about it. The very first hermeneutic book I read was the same hermeneutic book he attempted to start teaching on his stream. Blomberg and them from Denver Seminary. I read that book in 2006. My informal education in seminary, the books that I've read, Gordon Caldwell, Denver Seminary, DTS, from Masters, from Talbot, from all these different schools that you could mention is probably superior to the things that he read in seminary. And that was before I ever stepped formally into seminary. And so what he's trying to do is he's trying to make the dispensationalists look like podunk rednecks, unintelligent, but he's academic, okay? He's closer to a backyard chemist than an academic.
How to analyze these things? Your arguments get destroyed. That's why.
My arguments get destroyed. Okay, so now that he says that, I want him, as he's evaluating dispensationalism, to evaluate Alan Kushner's work. He is not pre-trib, and this is what these people typically do. They want to try to dismiss dispensationalism by trying to refute pre-trib. No, Alan Kushner is not pre-trib, but yet he claims to be a dispensationalist. And he's academic, and he just wrote his dissertation. Well, he just published his dissertation. It was written already on Revelation, discourse analysis, and stuff. See, this is why I want to have more eschatology debates and work my way up so that I'm debating dispensationalism all the time, you know? But, you know, it just, anyway, let me keep going. Hey, Native American, is dispensationalism most popular in the South? Honestly, dispensationalism is not popular anywhere.
Why?
The most popular eschatological position is millennialism.
Okay, so you sit here and talk about Indian man, smoke weed.
Indian man, you are an Indian man. What's the problem with that? I'm in stoner. I don't know if I'm into smoking weed, but it does have something in his hand.
Talk all this stuff about me, layman. You can't defend your stupid dispensationalist beliefs. You're scared to debate me. You're scared.
I'm not scared to debate you. I'm not prepared to debate you. There's a total difference. How many people, whenever someone, this is what happens, guys. When you meet somebody and they won't debate and you accuse them of running, how many of those people that get accused of running say, you know what? I'm not prepared to debate you right now. Let me get more experience in this area. Let me study in this area and all of this. Then I'll debate you. That is not the same thing as running. I'm not making excuses. I'm not avoiding anything. I'm just saying, look, I've been hyper-focused in the area of free grace and defending that and that ministry and everything. So I need time, because I won't go into a debate, in a formal debate, and go in half-cocked. I have to do my preparation and do it professional, you know, in that way. And he'll get his day, you know, in debate and all of that. That stuff will happen eventually. But what needs to be done is he needs to demonstrate that he can understand dispensationalism at a rudimentary level. And that's why we're doing this series back and forth. Because the more that we do here, the better the debate's going to be in the future.
Scared to do anything. What do you even teach this thing? You teach this thing to thousands of people, and you can't even.
Yeah. So what's your point? One qualification of teaching something is not, oh, well, you have to be able to debate it to various audiences and different beliefs. Where's that in the Bible? Yeah, there's stuff about correcting an opposition and all of that stuff. I understand those passages, but you're taking it way too far, saying if you can't defend something, then you can't teach something in that way. No, I want to defend something not just by opening up a Cracker Jack box and pulling out a prize and using that as my argument. Whenever I prepare for debates, I study, I do my own work, I interact with different views, you know, I do all of that stuff. And so when the debate occurs, that's what it will be like. So it would only cheapen you and cheapen me and cheapen the audience if we had a debate before there was that prep. So you know what this is? Right now, what we're doing is debate prep. Take it like that.
Debate it. What a joke.
And then put in the backdrop Toronto going through a storm. And
gotcha.
That's what we got.
And make me look jacked.
So that was PB's AI. I just carried it over from the thumbnail. So yeah.
PB, when you made the AI, did you tell him make me look like a bench?
Look, I just showed them a picture of myself, and it did the rest of the work. You know, I didn't.
Yeah, right.
Nah, he looks like a black guy. I think some kind of black guy. Not sure. But next.
Yeah.
You got that membership, the membership AI.
In general, about what comes to your mind when you see the title?
Okay, so here's the thing. I did the thumbnail. That was actually a homage, I would even say, to Toronto. I wanted something that captured his city, his style, those things like that. He took it as mocking. Then I went to Academia EDU and showed off his skill. That this Toronto that we see on YouTube has substance to him that we don't always necessarily see, but we want him to operate at that standard, at least in some situations. For example, formal debating, teaching, or whatever, rising to that occasion. And the same thing with me. You know, a lot of times I don't act all stuffy academic because you lose the audience, you know.
Okay, faith beyond reason or faith within reason on Kierkegaard. Any thoughts?
Kierkegaard? You don't know who that is, Kierkegaard?
No, this is what's so funny. Tell me where you hear me say I don't know who this is. What this shows me? Let me check before I put my foot in my mouth. Hold on. Yeah, I think he said look like a black guy.
In general, about what comes to your mind when you see the title? Okay, faith beyond reason or faith within reason on Kierkegaard. Any thoughts?
Do you notice I said faith beyond reason on Kierkegaard? Any thoughts? I did not say anything at that moment in time about I don't know who Kierkegaard is, or when someone asked me who it was. I didn't say that. So that what he's fixing to do, he's replying in light of what he's already seen in this video. Okay? So he's already seen this. I didn't say that right there. Now watch this. I do answer it, but he don't correct himself about it.
Kierkegaard? You don't know who that is, Kierkegaard? You don't.
Did y'all hear me say I don't know who it is? He's just telling on himself. Right now, this is showmanship because he hasn't even encountered the statement in live time. He encountered it prior, and he's acting like he's just seeing this fresh now.
You don't know who Kierkegaard is? This guy goes. This guy goes to university, or he's supposed to be getting a master, or he got a master's. He got a master's in theology or something, and he doesn't know who Kierkegaard is. Wow.
At a seminary, not at a university. All right. So there's the first thing. Now watch. I think you're going to hear what I'm saying.
I mean,
Sounds apologetic.
yeah, it sounds pretty apologetic.
Yeah, or philosophical. Okay, look at this one. First
I don't
Peter.
know who Kierkegaard is. Do you know who that guy is?
See that? Taylor asked the question. I don't know who Kierkegaard is. Do you know that guy? So this is what I say. Watch, guys. But this shows you that Toronto was not doing a real-time reaction. If this was a rap video and you were breaking down bars like you were Knox Hill and you got caught breaking something down, actually, but you weren't doing it in real time, you weren't giving your real spin, and you were really looking at genius.com or you did your work before that, you would get exposed and unsubscribed. But anyway, that's a different world. And Toronto hates it when I make comparisons to rap.
Kierkegaard, philosopher. If I remember right, he's the one of the existentialists. I can't remember.
Yeah. Kierkegaard is there.
So that whole big blow up that he was doing about this guy went to school and don't know who this guy and all this, and he don't even know who Kierkegaard is. And what did I say? He's an existentialist. That's all that matters.
Existentialist. How do you not know this?
He says I don't know it. What are you talking about? First time I encountered Kierkegaard was either because whenever I was reading, was it? There was a couple books, apologetic books, probably in 2005, and also when I was working on my associate's degree. So you had that exposure there, and then there was some of the stuff that came up like in my sociology degree, but whenever I read, the best refutation of it was Geisler's Systematic Theology. And I first read all of Geisler's Systematic Theology in 2010. I've this stuff, I come across this stuff all the time. There's another one, Nancy Percy, Truth Something. I've even read MacArthur's book on truth and all of those things. I know about all this stuff, but it's not my expertise. You know, I can't tell you every detail about it and his philosophy. I don't study all that stuff. A lot of times you read something to get exposed to it, and then if you need it, you go back to it. If God puts people in your life that need to learn about that stuff, you do that and all this. So when this guy, who he's still even trying to stick to this idea, I don't even know who Kierkegaard is. I mentioned he's an existentialist. If I did not know who Kierkegaard was, could I have made that statement? I mean, that's fundamental.
This is how do you not know this? This is one of the most important philosophers for Christians in the.
But so what happened is Toronto went to a school that focused on apologetics. Most of his papers relate to apologetics. The problem I have with apologetics, and I haven't evaluated his Bible study papers, is apologetics does not teach you exegesis. It doesn't teach you hermeneutics and all of that. And so you get a superficial understanding and you don't get the right underpinning and stuff. I think the best apologetic is to learn those things, to be well-rounded, and then develop as you're growing in these particular areas.
20th century. Anyway, whatever.
Exactly. But, so speaker, suffering the righteous before you got. What about that one, guys?
Sounds like possibly a commentary or like a book survey, which honestly might be actually pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. He's done a book review, The Challenge of Jesus, discovering who Jesus was.
Here's my point. Toronto knows how to do a book review. My guess is it starts out positive things, commending the author, what their common ground, and all this. We could open it up. But when Toronto does reactions and criticisms of other people, he doesn't do that. And so it's like he's forgot what he's learned in seminary. And so I will mention about how he didn't commend PB. And he's like, well, what does he need to be commended before? He's not even a professor. Well, he's not a banana either. What's your point? The thing is that I'm trying to help these guys understand the proper way of critiquing something, you know?
Was and is. And that's a review of N.T. Wright's Introduction to the Quest for the Historical Jesus.
Yeah, another apologetic.
Right? But look, it's a review.
Yeah, book review.
Most people do not know that Toronto goes this deep, that is written about all these different things. And I'm trying to commend him on this. And ironically, he can't take it. It's like he's been abused and he doesn't know what love is. And so therefore, everything that someone does, they perceive it as that. You know, he's hyper vigilant or whatever.
I bet you his review doesn't say, this is dumb, man. You know,
No, what did these guys?
So what he's going to do here is he's going to try to say, YouTube is different from in school. I understand that. But the thing is, you can bring your YouTube to the level that you learned in school. You can be academic. You know, you can be that. I can too. Kierkegaard was the name of the villain in Star Trek. Just like dispensations and fiction books and movies according to the 80s and 90s, we finally in the last 10 years went scholarly. Look at Broders. Yeah, I doubt they'll even address your arguments, pick fun at you. See, the fact that Broders even said that, they don't know me very well. How can you say that? On my debate prep, I go over everything with a fine-tooth comb. And I'm going to do that with Toronto. I'm doing it. I did it with Twitchy. I did it with Rogue Calvinists. I did it with the IFB pastor, Shelley, and still doing it. And it doesn't matter what topic it is. I'm going to go over it and over it until y'all are sick in it. I drop stuff in the algorithm that puts me in competition with myself because I care more about dropping stuff than I do care about it excelling in the algorithm. Because I want that stuff out there. I want people to know how many times somebody has gotten cut. And that's why they call them shorts. You got cut short.
Oh, you know, now he's trying to say that, oh, because I wrote these things, right, when I was in school, that I should treat their ridiculous arguments on YouTube with the same level of academic.
They're ridiculous arguments. Why would you call an 11 session presentation of PB's reading of the Introduction to New Covenant, that is scholarly book, that he gave a presentation, you want to make it about ridiculous arguments? We're trying to do something here, and all he's doing is pissing on it. And to me, that's inferiority for whatever reason.
Rigor that I treat these things, right? But they don't make their arguments with this level of academic rigor. When I'm reading,
he has no clue. Has no clue. And you know what? Academia EDU tells me when Toronto looks at my papers. All right. So I know from a long time ago that he looked at my paper about the Ryrian dispensational premillennial faith. All right. But here's the thing about it is, when I tried to share that in this video and remind his audience, you know what he did? He skipped it. He said, I don't know why he's showing his paper. He's the one that has the short attention span. He's the one that lacks the tolerance to even evaluate things you don't like. Yet in seminary, you're supposed to develop the discipline of being able to critique and read and study things you don't even like. You have to get through it.
these things that I wrote here for my school, right? I'm looking through scholarly stuff and I'm criticizing their arguments. So,
well, yeah, you look through scholarly stuff. And so here's the issue about that. No, it's not torture. It serves its purpose. The thing about it is PB is given a presentation to help be a guide for when people study the New Covenant. And the book is Introduction to Covenant. It's a scholarly book. If Toronto says that book is not scholarly, now he might say, well, it's scholarly within dispensationalism, but not outside of dispensationalism. They got to make up their own schools so they can have their own books, and all that. Then that'd be weak on him to do.
So I have to use that kind of academic language.
Not saying you have to. I'm inviting you to do it. Even as we're trying to do it, you should try to do it. Okay? Because I'm not just going to be easy to get rid of by putting horns on somebody or calling them a wicked false teacher. I'm telling you, I am going to put this at the atomic level when I'm looking at all of this stuff. And it's a challenge. But hey, you're the one that keeps trying to say, I'm afraid of debating, so I might as well start preparing. And this is the way that I've just started to prepare, to make reaction videos. If you don't like that way of preparing, then maybe you shouldn't make videos on dispensationalism. Because every time you drop something on dispensationalism, I'm dropping on you.
Language and rigor in order to properly criticize them. But you guys don't do that.
We don't do that. How is that true? How is that true? How do I not demonstrate academic rigor in my formal debates? The research. People that see my debate prep videos know exactly what we do. So you want to say we don't do that? You're just poisoning the well, man.
You guys literally do make dumb arguments. You think I don't know what you
underestimate me, just like all the other people, and see what happens.
think. You think because you use a PowerPoint that it's academic? Is that what you think?
You think because it's PowerPoint is academic? No. What's academic is PB, who's in nursing school, in his free time, read each one of those chapters and made PowerPoint presentations to represent that and to articulate that. Why are you so angry about it? You could benefit from the videos. You started reacting to one of them.
Those arguments are not academic.
Food recipes, yeah, eventually. But I'm not very sharp and strong on dispensationalism right now. So I may be working my way up with Toronto.
Are the arguments that I criticize in this video are incredibly dumb. That's why I said that. Now, if I begin glorifying God,
All I'm hearing is their arguments are dumb. Their arguments are dumb. The arguments are dumb. But where has he came to an argument that's dumb? Where has he come to an argument yet at all? I'm just trying to commend the guy, but the guy keeps pausing and criticizing every little thing in a negative way and taking everything personal.
at a young age. There's a guy who gets saved with 80, and then begins English is your second language. The guy gets saved because he can spiritually. There's ways that you can finish off well. Doesn't matter what you've done in the past, you can still finish well, finish strong.
I doubt that's in there. Okay. The next one. Response to can we be good without God? William Lane Craig. I guess he's interacting with that idea. Yeah. On case studies and conspiracy theories. Are you surprised about that one?
Oh no. Oh no.
No, but I'm gonna read that one.
That's
nice.
I wonder if he wrote it while he was in seminary, or this is something after he graduated. Or some of this might be undergraduate. I don't know. I haven't looked that close yet. Look at this one. What can government agencies do to help address the issues of crime? Recognize that we're not.
I don't care. Who cares about that?
So he skipped all of that. The time that I'm trying to commend him, and evaluate and do my research. Whenever you look at someone you're evaluating, that's what you do. You look at their writings, you look at, those types of things. You get a feel for the person, but he just bypasses it. He has no patience.
Why would you even go there? What is he trying to do? What's the purpose of going?
I described the thumbnail, and I'm commending you for doing things in academic areas. That was the purpose. But he can't see that through his emotion.
Going to my stupid academia page, which I haven't even uploaded anything in like years.
Yeah, that's the problem, man. Is I'm trying to remind you of who you were, Mike, because everything you went through in seminary is supposed to help you be a better minister in life, just as it's supposed to help me.
Hey, SP.
It's almost like he wants people to think that he's just a burnout, and I'm trying to show people, no, there's more to Toronto than meets the eye. I already know. When I'm in a stream with them, he's smarter than me. I absolutely know that. That doesn't mean he's more dedicated. Doesn't mean I can't get sharper. But far as we both have undergraduates in sociology and everything, and I could see the stuff coming, but I'm naive in that I'll get trapped. So it's like I got a superpower, but the superpower doesn't defend me. It just lets me know what's going on. Lets me know when I'm getting cooked informally.
So SP was upset with us, and then he's recognized that we're not hyper grace now. So he's back. So that's good.
Okay.
All right. PB, since this is your video, we want you to speak for yourself. But Taylor, I want you to speak up anytime something comes to your mind too. I need to turn the sound off.
All right.
So yeah, this is not an extensive analysis. We're mainly reacting to Toronto's treatment of you, okay, of your presentation. That's what I think it determines a lot of how you interpret. So this is the way we can interact with him and he with us, going forward.
See that? This is a way how we can interact with him and he with us. That's the main goal here.
Yeah.
For starters, I wanted to be clear that the New Covenant is one of the most important topics in the Bible. I think it determines a lot of how you interpret the Bible. I think it's sort of a combination of how you understand biblical theology. But unfortunately, there's no actual formal class on it. This is not a formal class. This is an inductive evaluation of the New Covenant from a dispensationalist perspective. And what that means is that we go Old Testament forward rather than New Testament backwards. So if you come from a sort of modern...
So here's my thought right now already.
Yeah.
You opened up in a very professional way.
Yeah.
You gave your...
I'm commending him on his presentation. When you take a seminary class and you do presentations, not only does the professor commend you, but usually the students that are also presenting they commend you, they critique you, they give you suggestions, you know, and all of that stuff. So that's what I'm doing right now.
You gave your perspective. You talked about the uniqueness of this, that you're not typically going to have a seminary class on the New Covenant. So those are opportunities he had to commend you. But let's see what he says.
Why should I commend him? Commend him for speaking normally? Like what? Anyway, I don't think it is that professional. I think this whole thing that he did here is set up to convince people that you're right without properly presenting the other arguments.
Well, number one is that I'm starting in a conservative way with PB. The first book that he read on the New Covenant has all the different interactions with dispensationalists on the New Covenant. The next book he's going to do, whenever he's ready to do another New Covenant, it's going to have different views of the New Covenant within dispensationalism. But the whole book that he's reading is just variations on single covenant Israel only. I no longer believe in single covenant Israel only. But I wanted to give a fresh look and reevaluation of the position. And so that's why I'm having him do that. And I'm going to give him other resources in that. So Toronto's trying to be omniscient or whatever and trying to read into our motives and what he thinks all this is about. Well, if that's the case, Toronto, then don't even bother watching any more of his videos. You think that for the last 11 sessions, 11 weeks or whatever, or however long it's been, that all he's just doing this is just to study, improve my view? Come on, man. That's horrible. I think what Toronto's trying to do in this debate, I mean, in these videos, is just to try to provoke me to debate him before I'm prepared so that he even has a fighting chance. Well, I'm not going to get out there until I absolutely have to. Don't get me wrong. I'll get out there. I guarantee I'll get out there. But not until I absolutely have to. And we're going to see who out academics people, out exegetes people, out studies people. We're going to see, guys. Proof's in the pudding.
Or whatever. It's not professional. It's not. You may act professional or whatever you think is professional.
How many, look, guys, in a local body of Christ, the local body of Christ is supposed to be a safe place so that believers are able to learn and be able to exercise their gift. All right. YouTube, on the other hand, is a hostile environment. Now, on my YouTube channel for free gracers, I provide that environment wherever they can get experience that they may not be able to get in a local church because either they can't find a free grace church or there's other people that are teaching and there's just not an opportunity for that. But there's another opportunity for this. So regardless of that, here's the point. I'm trying to be edifying to PB. And all Toronto is doing is tearing that down. If I was charismatic, I would say he has the spirit of Saul. And he's just trying to take down David. You know, that type of thing like that. He's a bitter man.
Professional. But the actual material here, the content is not professional. It's very weak.
Okay. He says it's not professional. It's actually weak. Okay. Like I said, he'll just cop out. When I show that they're academic, he'll say, yeah, but they're dispensationalists and they all began their own school. Or he'll say something like that. But we'll go down that path. We'll go down that path. And let's see if he goes there. Okay? Let's just look at let's look at the contributors. All right. Gary Gilly, THD. So he's got a doctorate of theology, if I remember right. THD, that's what it is. You got David Gunn, that's George Gunn's son, Masters of Divinity, THM. At Shasta Bible College. He has a PhD, or he is a PhD student at Bible Baptist Seminary. Bible Baptist was accredited. It was Clark Summit, but the actual particular seminary part is called Bible Baptist. Charlie Clough, one of my professors, and some of these people I've known for a while, but he got a THM and a master's in science. I think he was a meteorologist. A lot of different things. So faculty, Schaefer Seminary, scientist, author, former pastor. Don Tress, MBS, D-Min candidate. So pastor, director, Tyndale Learning Center, associate professor of Bible and theology. George Gunn, MDiv, Doctor of Divinity, PhD, ABD. I'm not sure what ABD stands for. Chair, Department of Bible and Theology, Shasta Bible College, Dean of Admissions and Records, Shasta. Christopher Cone, THD, PhD, President of Tyndale Theological Seminary. He was at that time. He's now at Colorado. Professor of Bible and Theology, Tyndale Theological Seminary and Biblical Institute. Okay? So, if this is not academic, all right, let's just go to Cone's section. All right. Christopher Cone. Now, when you're in seminary, you're taught how to evaluate commentaries. And one key about like whether you're dealing with a technical commentary or exegetical or whatever is if the Greek is translated. If it's not translated, it's because the author typically the author expects the reader to know the Greek already. So you get down here and he goes into a discussion here. Let's see. I think this is the right chapter. Yeah, right here. Building on the point established in 6, 5, and 7, the Christ is a priest in the superior order of Melchizedek, asserts the necessity of a change in law. Ek anakes kai nomu metastasis genetai, to accompany a change in priesthood. So it does say asserts the necessity of law, but you don't have a translation, even though that's what this refers to. The change of the law, about to be changed. To accompany a change in the priesthood. Apparently, the writer does not describe a shift from one law to another, but only the departure, metastasis, from an old law. Christ became a priest like Melchizedek, not according to the fleshly law. Hos u kata nomon inteles sarkines, but according to the ability of life that it cannot end. Allah kata dunamin zoes a kata lutu. Okay? The perfect active indicative gegonin, and he's going to use the traditional articulation of the perfect. With the conditional a in 7.5 does not reflect merely a hypothetical scenario, as 7.17 shows. It's witness mature etai that he is indeed that very kind of priest. The 7.17 quotation in the Masoretic text, the phrase "you are a priest," su hierus, and this is. And so what was interesting is when I got to this point, I'm like, this is a typo. That's not a real word in Hebrew. And because it should say Kohen. But anyway, we went through all of that and I explained that to PB. It's helping another guy, Jace, with all this. But I mean, so you got all this stuff going on. Okay, so if this is not academic, notice you got Kostenberger mentioned here. He's an academic scholar. There's other resources that are mentioned in here. In fact, you can go to a list of the names at the end of the chapter. I think usually books have that. I don't know if this one does. No, it doesn't. Usually they have a list of different names. So this is the book that PB presented on. All right. And to call it not academic, I don't know what Toronto expects, man. Really.
Weak. It's very unacademic. It's just ridiculous. That's why I was saying it's dumb.
And you know what this is? This is dismissive language. He's basically playing the victim. Everybody's picking on me. Everybody's beating on me. They're not dealing with my arguments. And then I'm trying to commend the guy, PB, in context, and he's saying it's ridiculous and it's dumb.
Okay.
The only reason I think it might be actually Chris is because he actually knew that thing about the Trinity
I don't think this has anything to do with you.
Yeah.
who used the
Let me turn the speed up.
term Trinity first or whatever. And so
Tertullian.
the fact that he knew that, because he's kind of like, he kind of knows about those things, he always debates the Trinity and stuff. So it's kind of interesting that aspect of it.
Modern Christianity, covenant theology perspective, then you're going to go New Testament.
Yeah.
You're going to think that God reinterprets stuff, that the New Testament authors are using stuff.
So he's nodding. I don't know if he's nodding to the comments or what you're saying. Like, is he recognizing that you're right about that? That typically, let's go Old Testament forward, and everybody else goes New Testament priority. You know, I don't know.
I think he comments on that like in a short while. And then he comments on a few other stuff. I didn't make it too far into it, but he from what I remember, I think he comments about.
Yeah, he's and it's the same issue with Chris, is that I told him I'll debate him when I'm ready. You know. Hey, Quad.
That hermeneutic or that style. So
yeah, it seems like he's not as engaged with your presentation at this moment as he is him talking about the Chris guy and the Trinity thing, whatever that is.
In different ways than what originally intended. And so then that will give you free reign, depending on how you understand right? But the
So he heard the word hermeneutics. So now he's going to pipe up.
right, you're going to think that God reinterprets stuff, that the New Testament authors are using stuff in different ways than what originally intended. And so then that will give you free reign, depending on how you understand right? But the credit does not go to me, ultimately. It goes to the authors of this book that we're going to get into the future, and Christopher Cohn, the general editor of the book. So I highly recommend you read that book to get a better overview of some of these concepts.
Once again, you're being professional. You're giving, you're shooting, you're not shooting out. You're giving.
Nah, man. There's no. I don't like those movies about Jesus, man. I don't like that at all. Honestly, I never seen one that I liked. Not even one.
A shout out to the authors, appreciation and all that. You're making other people want to go check out those resources. But he's not commending you on this.
Well, I mean,
Why should I commend him on everything? Like, dude, I have to commend this guy for every little thing he does that's supposedly good in your mind. Like, what are we talking about?
I'm just trying to hold him to an academic standard that he once performed at. If he can't arise to that, to that standard, that's a whole nother thing. But what's interesting is he made a handout about dispensationalism recently. So maybe he will get back into his academic bag.
I'm just sitting here. I'm looking at this thing. I've seen it already, and I know that there's a bunch of like.
You see my point? He's seen it already. So what that means is that this reaction is not genuine. And what I mean by that is whenever he was saying he don't even know who Curtain Guard is. If you've seen the video, you know for a fact that I went back and I said he was an existentialist. There's other things that he would have caught and known, but yet what he's doing is he's playing it out. He's trying to draw it out and portray and frame it as if I'm this inept person from this school that people make up themselves because we can't stand in academia. This is gaslighting 101, guys. We're crazy. We're ridiculous. We're stupid. We're all of these things. And he's the victim.
Some things that he said. And that's what I'm showing my audience so that they don't get sucked into this. Because a bunch of people are already.
Toronto's scared. Toronto's scared because he knows we're going to out-exegete him.
Have, unfortunately, because you guys teach this dumb stuff, and because you guys act like very professional, very politely when you say it, it sounds like.
Okay, am I being polite right now?
You know what you're talking about. Sounds like you're professional, but you're not. You're not academic either. This is ridiculous.
How many times are you going to say the word ridiculous or dumb?
This putting a bunch of stuff on a slide doesn't mean it's academic.
Toronto has done this with multiple people. He did it with Dit. And I don't agree with Dit's technical definitions and assumptions, but this same type of behavior is the same way he treated Dit And as we'll see later on, it's the same way that he treats Chris Morrison in there. This is an issue with Toronto, not with all the people he's encountering.
Okay? Making it act like you're seeing a lecture when you're not a professor, you're not qualified in any way.
He's lecturing. What's your point? He's making a YouTube video for people to learn. Why don't you worry about that? If it's up to God whether a certain person stands or falls and all of that stuff.
That's not academic. Okay?
It's not academic to give somebody a book and then have them give presentations on what they read and studied. You know how many people that will do that and have to work a full-time job and also in college at the same time? But yet PB did that. Plus, he's doing ministry on Discord.
Like you don't have to be qualified to do this in academic.
Okay, what's your point? So what's the issue here? Is it not academic and we're not qualified, or do you don't have to be qualified to do this and therefore you can be academic? Which one is it?
Academic way, but this is not that. Right? This is just like I don't know what this is. This is ridiculous.
It's not that, but he don't know what that is. He lacks definition, can't explain what's going on. Is that academic? It's sloppy, it's lazy.
No fault of his own. He's just he might not be as a gaze. Maybe something else
Just now
happened.
tuning in right now. He's just now tuning in.
Look at how objective we are. We're observing Toronto. We're trying to figure out how engaged he is, what's going on with the chat. Taylor's trying to give him the benefit, saying he's just now tuning in. He's had a long stream that night. We got to give him a break in certain areas like that. And Toronto don't appreciate none of it. And then if he's seeing this right, they're like, well, why do I need to appreciate it? You know, whatever.
Yeah, he's just now tuning in. So
Right. But remember, he's dazed and confused about dispensationalism.
yes.
So I'm waiting to see where the confusion sets in. The daze we already knows. I think he brings the dazeness.
Yeah, I think by walking with Christ and living, I think you have to be careful with all of them. It's not really about Jesus, but yeah, I think the water.
If it's really confusing or if it's really just being gaslighted.
Otherwise, this is more like a review. Anyway, now here's
See this, brothers? If you're so David curious, why couldn't they answer basic questions you had in voice chat without calling you anti-Semitic? No, the whole context for that is Toronto was trying to force me into a debate. He was being a bully. And you know what I do whenever I get bullied? My voice gets loud. I'm chill, I'm cool, but if you keep pressuring me, I'm going to go to that level 9. And I'm going to let you know, look, man, okay, fine, let's do it right now. It's that type of thing. They want to pressure you and impose your will on them. And so then you stick up for yourself. And then they want to talk about, oh, you're hollering or whatever. Whatever. This is my thing. If these guys that follow Toronto are so confident in Toronto's teaching, then why don't one of them formally debate me? If that's their sensei, I told the same thing to David Benjamin's people and all of that stuff. If your sensei won't debate, then go get me. Go get one of you, And so this is the issue here, is that the followers, right? They think, this is the only way he can win. No, man, it's just how Toronto's framing things.
here's some things that we have to understand for laying the groundwork of the new covenant. The main text that everyone goes through Jeremiah.
Let me say this, PB. The fact that you've completed an entire series on a book, this advance with this professional PowerPoints and all of this, that's no small feat, man. And you've written a paper.
No, it is.
Do you know how important it is when a person is in his early 20s who's involved in ministry that has completed something like this to be commended? And what does Toronto do? He just wants to demolish and hate on that. Dude is acting like Saul. Ain't no doubt about it.
Is it? It's dude. I mean, I guess it's a lot of work he put in, I guess, or somewhat.
Okay, so now he's cleaning it up. It's a lot of work. Okay, so now what else are you going to say about it?
A lot of work or something, but it would only be a no small feat or a great feat if he did it in a way that's really good, that where he actually like present these arguments in a way that makes any sense.
And how does he not know? He's seen the first video, which was the introduction, and he's automatically assuming that hasn't done that.
It's so ridiculous. Anyway, whatever.
Paper recently about what is free grace.
Guys, we might have to start a drinking game. Every time he says dumb or ridiculous, take a drink.
And you're teaching in the Discord, and you're helping in all that type of stuff. You know, so.
Oh, you're teaching. Oh, you're teaching. He's teaching. He's teaching. Some guy who doesn't know anything, or I guess.
See, that this is the problem. You don't wait until you know a bunch of things before you start teaching. You share what you study. You share what you learn, and you do it in an attitude of humility and accountability. Yeah, Quad, you hit it right. Everyone who isn't me shouldn't be teaching. I'm the only one who's qualified and understands the Bible. TBS, anytime someone strikes his envy nerve. That's what it seems like.
I guess he is kind of knowledgeable or whatever, but like, look.
And this is what I'm saying. He always goes left, and then he wants to bring it back. It's like, dude, just chill and be objective, and don't allow yourself to get into emotions in this area where you're like, he's not qualified, but he's put in a lot of work. Oh, well, he you know, he's not a professional, but he is kind of intelligent. You know, it's like what, and he's going to get on to me about this. It's like what Eminem told MGK. He said, wait a minute, I'm perplexed. You diss me in a line and compliment me in the next. You know? It's like, is that a rap? Is that a threat or a love letter?
Look, he knows a lot of Bible. He doesn't know a lot of theology.
I don't know, Quad. Maybe that's why he's reading it on the stream so he can get through it.
Doesn't know a lot of hermeneutics. It doesn't seem like it as far.
I've been teaching him those things. You know, he doesn't know what's going on.
As I could tell. And also, why is he teaching? What is, like, just him teaching doesn't mean it's good. What if he's teaching a bunch of wrong stuff?
Well, what if you're teaching a bunch of wrong stuff? Want to play the what if game? Just saying that doesn't. Oh, well, let me cast doubt on all these other teachers, but don't look my way. Don't cast doubt on me, because I came from an accredited school that wasn't made up by dispensationalists. Give me a break. And what would the Catholics say?
What if your whole dispensationalism thing is a lie?
And what if your covenant theology stuff is a lie? Or NCT?
Is that good teaching? Is it good that he's teaching that? No. So you have to prove your.
It's good that he's exercising the activity, if not the gift. All right. You have to prove that. Well, yeah, we will prove it. Don't worry. But actually, you know what? No, we will not prove it. We have to disprove it. My goal, Toronto, is to disprove dispensationalism. And you're the vehicle that I want to disprove dispensationalism. Prove to me that dispensationalism is false through your work, and it will make my life easier, just like free grace. The scientific method does not try to prove a hypothesis. It seeks to disprove it. So I'm not trying to prove it. No, I'm not going to put no link. I'm going to drag this out so that you're sick and tired of me, and you will just, I'm going to take my sweet time and react to however I want. So it ain't happening, Toronto. I'm scared of you, remember?
Dispensationalist thing before you start praising him just for teaching it. You haven't done that. You can't even debate it.
Yeah. All right. So whenever you have qualifications for teachers or ministers at your church, one of the qualifications, you have to be able to debate it before you can teach it. Come on, man. You're not even going to find that in a local body of Christ.
I'm amazed
Ridiculous.
at what you've been able to do just over what a month, or has it been? It hasn't even been a year yet, right?
Well, in terms of this presentation, it's just been 3 months.
He's not hopping on the stream. It's not gonna happen. No, Steven. And I'm gonna keep doing this. No, we're gonna keep talking past each other, because this is the thing. If he would do his work and study the videos and not skip and do the evaluation right, it'll be clarification. All right.
So yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. And then you were doing the PB reacts before that. So
Yeah, and I'm gonna continue that after the
Great.
presentation series is over. I mean,
Look, stop clapping yourselves on the back. Okay, you guys don't deserve some.
Stop patting yourself on the back. He's saying, I'm patting PB on the back. It bothers him. It bothers him to see other people being edified.
Prize for just doing this. Okay, if you do it well, then
And how are we going to know we do it well until we hear, well done, good and faithful servant? Are you doing it well now? Well, then.
But that remains to be seen, because you're unwilling to debate this.
See, this is all this is. This is just a debate challenge. And so I'm going to use your weak videos as debate prep. Okay? And like I've already mentioned, I mentioned a dispensationalist who's not pre-trib that you need to evaluate and critique. And that's Alan Kushner's work.
This thing, right? So we don't even know if this thing you're teaching is even good, right?
And we don't even know if what the thing you're teaching is good. Okay? Right?
So you haven't demonstrated that you're doing anything worthwhile for the
And you haven't demonstrated you've done anything worthwhile. We can do this all night.
for the church or anything at all. You could be hurting the church.
You could be hurting the church.
If whatever you're teaching, if this dispensationalism thing is wrong, right? Then you're hurting the church.
And if what you're teaching is wrong, you could be hurting the church.
You're basically heretics.
You're basically heretics. I wouldn't call someone that holds the New Covenant theology heretics, but it depends how you're throwing the word around.
All right? So don't just clap yourself on the back, act like you're heroes just for sitting on you.
It isn't about acting like a hero. It's just we're trying to do what the Word of God says. This is what you do in a local body of Christ. When's the last time you've been in the church? No, Stephen. Is this Barnabas, Stephen? Because if it is, I'm not trying to entertain you either.
YouTube on streams talking a bunch of smack. Prove your thing, man. Anyway, but I don't know why I keep stopping.
Talking smack. I'm commending. It's not talking smack. I'm commending PB for him completing an assignment.
These guys
now, of
so
course, I
dumb.
did want to do other stuff also, but I'll probably.
you can have more than one day. You just got to let me know what you're able to do in light of your schoolwork and and all that stuff.
Yeah. Usually Tuesdays are a good day overall. But there could be another day in the future where I have more time. It just depends.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Taylor reeled in too.
Yeah, I like that. I like that too, brother. I like that.
It needs to
Now
be
you-
locked in, man.
listen to this. Listen to this.
I mean, come on.
He's gonna try to get Taylor in. Taylor, look, I like Taylor. Taylor's another person, very intelligent, very.
So now he's upset that I'm trying to get. I understand, Stephen, but that you donated to God. Okay, I understand that, but no, there is no. We're making videos so that we can react to deal with this stuff. We're going to get down to the exegetical stuff. This is just the beginning.
very knowledgeable in certain things, okay, but he also doesn't know whether dispensationalism.
I know this from future reference, and you'll see what it's like to be in a stream with Toronto. It doesn't go better. It doesn't get better. And trust me, this is the safer way, the more peaceful way.
Is true or not. He can't defend it. He can't debate it. So he's not willing. He's not.
And this is what's so funny. The Peaceful Banana is doing a presentation about the new covenant. Yeah, he's a dispensationalist doing presentation new covenant. He's not trying to debate dispensationalism, but yet he wants to hold him to a standard. And then he's trying to attack us like, why don't y'all debate it and all that? We'll debate it. I'll debate it eventually. Okay? I'll debate it eventually. But the reality is that all we're trying to do is have a Bible class on a particular topic so people can learn from it. And he's so upset about that.
Qualified to teach this. Don't try to get him to teach this. You're gonna get him in trouble now. You already get.
This is the same stuff that he uses everywhere else. He's used it with other people. It's the same pattern. He just picks a different person to use the same shtick, the same arguments, the same manipulation, the same type of attacks.
Getting PB in trouble. PB is not qualified to teach this. You're the only one who's maybe qualified, right? You have some kind of master's degree or.
So I'm qualified because I have a degree? Is that what qualifies a person? And he used the thumb quotes.
Whatever. So okay, then you can teach it. But for some reason, even though you have a master's degree in this thing, even though you teach this thing for so many years, thousands of people,
does he not understand what the title layman's seminary means?
For some reason, you can't debate it.
Listen, when people make the accusation against God that he can't deal with evil, and the answer is, well, he's going to deal with it. He's going to deal with it in the future. That's one way people answer with it. In the same way, I'm going to debate you. It's going to be in the future. Not prepared to debate you right now. I'm studying you right now. I'm preparing to debate you. This is debate preparation.
But listen, the more people you drag into this thing, what if it's wrong, man?
Then I will receive that stricter judgment. It's none of your business. I'll receive that stricter judgment. It's none of your business.
If you can't defend it, how do you know it's right?
Okay, Steven, I understand. But you'll see in a minute. I'm going to play a video and show you what happens when Toronto gets in the stream.
And how are you dragging these other people into it? You're going to mess them up too. If you can't defend this in a debate, you don't know whether it's right or not. You don't even have that much confidence in it.
So your pastor can't be a pastor unless he can defend his views in a debate.
And you're dragging these people in.
It isn't about confidence. It's just that I want to be fully prepared in a certain area. And you know what? I'll go at this alone. My issue is about them wanting to study and present what they want to present. I'm not saying, oh, guys, I need your help to take on Toronto. That's not what's going on here.
Taylor doesn't know one thing about this stuff, man. The guy like that, like Taylor's. I'm not saying
Taylor reads books all the time.
Taylor's an idiot. Taylor knows his Bible and stuff or whatever, knows some stuff about the Bible, but he doesn't know this. He doesn't know this to go and teach it. All you guys are just followers of this thing. You're not able to defend it in a debate, so then you don't really know. Stop this, man. Stop trying to act.
Taylor might do a good Ask Free Grace, because we don't even do that program anymore. It's for those that don't know, Ask Free Grace and Free Grace Reacts. I'm slowly going back through and I'm changing all of that to Free Grace Interacts, because Interacts includes asking questions, reacting to videos, calling people to pull up, whatever it may be, and it just simplifies things as far as about seeing all that. But if we want to have a strict Q&A thing, and Taylor was the one that started the Ask Free Grace with Janet. They were the first ones. Janet stepped out there and Taylor pulled up. So just an idea. But anyway, move forward.
You can if you're like, I think these mods can do it this way. Anyway.
Yeah, he's distracted by all that.
Yeah, exactly. They can't explain anything, bro. There's many things they cannot explain. They act like they
Letter, talk about
Haruzan. Oh, he's talking about round earthers can't explain the firmament. Okay.
Oh, yeah, by the way, Haruzan is probably flat Earth now. Probably. He put him in some interesting comments about that when he was reading Genesis, and he's talking to Mike about it. So I think he's leaning that direction from what I heard.
And see, that's a problem. If you lean on flat Earth, you might fall off. I know that's a joke. 'Cause I know that they don't really believe that, but you know.
Yeah, they don't. They can't explain many things. The theory is dumb. Anyways, goes.
Okay, so there's my misunderstanding. I essentially, my first time listening to this, I thought he was calling your video dumb, and that who can't.
No, I do call your video dumb. I do call it later on. I call his video dumb because it is dumb. And if you guys will ever get to the point where he actually makes some kind of argument, quote unquote, and then I explain why it's dumb, then you'll figure out why I said it. Let's see if you ever get there.
Explain is the dispensationalist. I didn't see the flat Earth comment, so that maybe this video is more positive than I thought. Let's see.
Yeah.
And the weird meeting
It's not positive.
the Lord. Yeah, when we turn to the people of Israel and Judah. So Judah is the southern kingdom, Israel is the northern kingdom, the 10 tribes is 2 tribes, and these are distinct from the promises of the Mosaic covenant, and the only way to keep them is self-destruction. God himself takes the initiative in this covenant because he says, I will and I shall 9 times. 9 times throughout through the verses, forwards. And of significance is the fact that he will put a law in our hearts, he will forgive our sins, and he will make it unnecessary to teach one another to God. This would be especially significant considering in the context of Israel had been exiled for hundreds of years since the captivity in 720, and Judah was on the verge of being murdered by the Babylonians around 586.
So you know what? This whole thing, this dispensationalism thing, it's got their mind like in this other weird way of thinking where they're trying to defend that all the time, and they can't think about other things that are more important and bigger. You know, like I don't know.
How could you say that? I debate free grace all the time.
It's weird. This whole thing is just weird. It's like a cult.
And
Oh yeah, now we're gonna do it's like a cult. Okay, well my cult's better than yours. My cult can beat your cult up.
Great job of explaining all of this right here. You make it real easy to understand. Go ahead.
Well, hopefully Toronto understood that, because he's not really engaging too much with it right now. I think he rarely engages with it, which is not really much of a reaction, but
Because I don't have a problem with what you're saying here yet. You're kind of explaining whatever you're explaining. It's all right. It's all right. It's decent. So I'm not saying anything. When you say something wrong, then I'll say stuff.
So all of that stuff about you're not qualified, not this, not that, you're not doing anything, don't pot any back. And now he wants to say it's all right. Like I said, you diss me in one line, you compliment me in the next.
Just anyway.
Yeah.
He gives a promise if you could move these, if you move the planets from, then you would disappear from the face of the earth. But that has happened, so therefore Israel still exists. Which by the way,
Wait, what?
how the nation goes about.
Wait, what?
wait, what? What are you going to say, Ben?
What do you mean the planets are going to get moved? Is it going to say something like that? Let's see.
He gives a promise if you could move these, if you could move the planets from, then
The sun and the moon. He probably say those are not planets, man. Let's see what he says.
you would disappear from the face of the earth. But that has happened, so therefore Israel still exists. Which by this cycle is actually good proof of Christianity. Is there no other nation that still has where they celebrate every 100 years?
See, he's still reading something in the chat, so I don't know what was related to because he didn't comment on it that time.
Yeah, maybe
Okay,
he
dude,
didn't.
you guys, man. I guess this is what it is with these guys. They just sit there for hours, like going through these dumb videos. They don't even
So we're meticulous. We go through detail. We pay attention to everything, and we're just sitting there going through hours of dumb videos. Now that means we're taking it seriously, but he don't have the time.
want to see. I don't even want to like watch these guys go through this thing. I'm gonna put it at higher speed.
And so because he didn't watch it, he didn't catch any of Taylor's commendations or any of that type of stuff.
Hope you guys can understand what they're saying, but then we'll see what happens.
Maybe he just want to go back and just re-listen to it and understand what's said. Probably that.
So now most commentators understand Ezekiel and Jeremiah talk about the same events, but Jeremiah gives them in-depth explanation. Ezekiel is tiny bit. Verse 20 in 36:24. He puts into effect when he takes the Jews from their exiles. The exiles he's taken from the exiles. It's not the Babylonian captivity we're getting to. Number 20.
They don't understand it. Here is it saying that scripture is talking about the remnant, Ezekiel 30.
They become part of the new covenant. Okay, go ahead. Explain that.
So I think what he's trying to say is that Ezekiel 36 is talking about the remnant of Israel that become part of the new covenant. And I guess that's for him supposed to be like a growing thing over time. But like I don't like Ezekiel doesn't really say that it's like a growing exponential thing. And in fact, a lot of Jews today don't even believe in Jesus. So I don't know how Ezekiel 36 could be fulfilled today. I mean, I would say it's fulfilled in the tribulation, but yeah.
Okay.
You see that in chapter 37 as well.
No, it's because it's the remnant. The remnant that believes. So the remnant in the time of Paul was the Jews that actually.
Yeah, you have a faithful remnant of every time. And see, I'm with you on this, Toronto. I'm not single covenant Israel only. So that means that the new covenant, in my view, was paid for at the cross. And the church is receiving spiritual benefits and blessings, but the geographical blessings won't be received into the kingdom in the future. So I have no problem with talking about the faithful remnant and ideas like that. But I gotta work with PB in those other areas as I expose him to other views about the new covenant. And he actually interacts with those other views in this book as it goes along too. But the difference is that's a book that includes stuff about other views, but they're all written by a single covenant Israel only. Whereas this other book I have is it's more diversified.
Actually believe. That's what he's talking about in Romans 11. That's the idea. That's what Hirazit's talking about.
Well, then don't argue in the chat. If you don't like arguing, don't argue in the chat.
How do you guys not understand that? He's like, what did he just say?
And in fact, a lot of Jews today don't even believe in Jesus. So I don't know how Ezekiel 36 could be fulfilled today.
A lot of Jews don't believe. Yeah, because what Hirazit is saying is that, wow, dude, these guys.
Do you hear an argument? Do you hear a counter? We're just, wow, dude, we're hearing all that. Where's the argument?
They don't understand it. Hirazit saying that scripture is talking about the remnant. Ezekiel 36 is talking about the remnant. So not all Jews are included in that. That's what he's trying to say. It's a remnant. And then that remnant in Paul's day is the church. And then that's what it is. That's what he's saying. It's the
Yeah, but the church is not prophesied in Ezekiel. So there's the difference there. While you have a faithful remnant throughout all time, and that goes in the theocracy of Israel as well as the metaphorical body of Christ, you don't argue, well, just because there's a remnant now in the church, therefore the promises of the land and all that is not going to be fulfilled. And that seems to be in the direction you're going.
remnant. It's not just every Jew.
We know if faithful remnant is a subset within the Israelites at the time. However, during the tribulation, at least 144,000 are going to be the remnant at that time. There may be others of the remnant that are besides them, but at least we believe that there's 144,000.
I mean, I would say it's fulfilled in the tribulation, but yeah.
Okay.
And see, that's PB's point. I would see it's fulfilled in the tribulation. They're already believers. They come to salvation in the tribulation. And then at the end of the tribulation, that's when the new covenant is given. That's PB's point.
You see that in chapter 37 as well. And verse 28 affirms that they will all live in the land promised to their fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. See that in Genesis chapter 12 all the way to Genesis chapter around 27 to 28, right? When you reaffirm that to those.
You know, if you look at 31, 38, or sorry, 31, 37. Thus, beloved, heaven above can be measured, the foundation of the earth, searched out beneath. I'll also cast off to Israel for all the day of that says the Lord. Oh, I was just saying like they can't be measured. Okay. Thus saith the Lord, we give it the sun for a light by day, and the ordinance of the moon and of the stars for a light by night. Divide the sea. So the depart from me, saith the Lord, and the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever. The seed of Israel.
Let me pause it. So he's thinking about it.
But a light bulb popped off in his head. He's like, wait, hold on a second. Maybe replacement technology is not true. You know?
I don't think it's going to be that easy. Hey, 80, 33, 80, 20, 33. Oh no, I hope you're not predicting things.
Okay. Israel. The seed of Israel. Interesting.
Engine Tago, I'm sorry. I'm focusing on responding to this. I can answer your questions later, but I can't do it right now.
All right, now, if you are an unbiased reader,
Look at this. Land equals the presence of God.
That's crazy.
I told you about this, Taylor. I'm just saying, if anyone's listening to this out there, if this is how you interpret the Bible, where you just say that the land means whatever you want it to mean, then please stop talking about the Bible. Like, please, like, I don't know, go on a mountain journey. What does that mean? The land equals the presence of God? That doesn't even make sense. Land equals land.
Like God was present.
No, yeah. I mean, I think Hirazin does do that sometimes when he says stuff like that. The land
That's good. We got common ground. The Hirazin is tripping.
equals the presence of God. I'd say that's a step too far. But I mean, PB does stuff like that too, and I pointed out in this video.
In the land through the tabernacle and the temple. You know, you could say that, but that doesn't mean the land is the presence of God.
Yeah, and what does it mean the land promised to their fathers? What I mean, is that not the land agreement? I mean, yeah, it's just weird to get around it.
Well, if you take the land as the presence of God, and the land is only promised to certain people, that would lead to an unconditional election. In other words, not everybody could be saved. It wouldn't necessarily be temporal, but it would mean that only those that are given the Abrahamic covenant, the land promise, which is the presence of God, are saved. So I think that undermines free grace from his perspective. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Better get better arguments.
the Old Testament. No New Testament at all, although I'll explain the significance of the New Testament. The meaning is abundantly clear that the Israelites who failed to keep the Old Covenant were suffering the consequences. And so therefore God is going to make a new covenant for the sake of his own glory, so that he can keep the promises, make Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob off their land, their physical land promises. And he's going to enable them to keep his commandments. He's going to put his law in their hearts. He's going to remove the curse.
Wait, I understand. Okay.
So when he says I don't understand, let's see if that's really what it is. Is it something he doesn't understand or that he doesn't accept? Let's be listening.
Yeah.
So the unbiased reader is learning that
There's no such thing as an unbiased reader.
Yeah. Now,
No, because PB just said the unbiased reader. He just said that. That's why I'm saying that. What do you not understand here,
is
bro?
learning that
There's no such thing as
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying there's no such thing as unbiased reader. I could comment on PB's presentation as well as your comments.
unbiased reader.
Yeah, no, that's technically what the author said. So Grant Gilly, I was taking his language of unbiased reader. In reality, there's no unbiased reader. But if you're just reading the Old Testament, this is probably what you come, the conclusion you come
Right,
to.
right. Yeah, that's your Old Testament frame of reference.
Why would we think it's about the land? Though? Like, why would we think that?
What about the land?
Because it says it.
You know, but when he says what makes us think it's about the land, what is the it that he's referring to?
The covenant, the passages,
Which covenant? Which passages?
New Covenant.
Is he asleep? Did he fall asleep? And look at him. And I'm asking questions, trying to figure out what his belief is, and it looks like he's sleeping in the chat. I mean, sleeping in the stream.
And Jeremiah 31 and Ezekiel.
How does the new covenant refer to the land?
The New Covenant does not refer to the land. The New Covenant is so they can be in the land.
Okay.
But
Or is the new covenant blessings experienced while they're in the land?
I mean, it can be both.
Experiential quality of life in the kingdom.
Yeah, yeah, it's really for that.
Okay.
But you know, the thing is like, what does he mean? Why does like it talking? I assume he's talking about the passages. The passages are talking about the land.
Yeah.
You know, so
Hey, Cole.
Well, I mean, Genesis.
Yeah, because they don't talk about the land. That's why I'm saying that, PB. How do you not understand that? How do you not understand what I'm saying? The passages do not talk about the land.
Which passages? He's doing it again. The very thing that he's doing in the video being react to, he's doing it again. Which passages?
And you're saying that they do, and so I have a problem with that. What is hard to understand about it?
Genesis 15 tells you the
What are
land
you
boundaries.
talking about?
You know, so I don't know where he's going to go with this.
So now they're going back to Genesis 15. So now we have to read somehow they think Genesis 12 and 15 and those things about Abraham are somehow wrapped up in this thing in Ezekiel 36.
Oh, so you're saying that Israel's history is not based on God's covenants? Of course it's wrapped up.
And even though Ezekiel 36 doesn't even talk about land, we just have to like kind of recognize that it all goes back to Abraham or something. But there's no reason to.
It's talking about land. Where's it going to occur at? It's going to occur in the kingdom. Okay? And where's the kingdom at? It's going to be in the land boundaries that promised in there, as well as in the rest of Ezekiel.
Believe that. That's just their belief. You know? It's not a thing in the book.
I'll put my law into inward parts. I mean, what part of Jeremiah 31 is going to lead me to think things about the land? Why would that be?
So he had the same question as me.
yeah, Jeremiah 31 doesn't mention the land. Ezekiel 36 does. And I basically said, okay, these are talking about the same thing. They take place at the same time, and so it's related to the land. That's basically as much as I said.
Right, and also the Mosaic covenant regulated things.
Wait. Where does Ezekiel 36? Oh yeah, Ezekiel 36 does talk about the land. Okay, let me see this. A new heart also will I give you. I'm gonna read this to you, right? New heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. I'll take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you a heart of flesh. I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes, and you shall keep my judgments and do them. You shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers.
Dwell in the land. It mentions the land.
You shall be my people, and I will be your God. You shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers.
So, once again, you see he's freaking out. Yeah, he didn't. We'd have to look at Jeremiah closer, but it talks about the time of Jacob's trouble and 30. And, in the future, I'll keep it on radar and I'll see if there's land mentioned immediately in Jeremiah 31. But Ezekiel 36 is a parallel passage going to happen at the same time as PB said.
All right, fair enough. That doesn't mean necessarily.
So now it's fair enough, but now let's see what he says.
The way they think of the land, it doesn't mean like the land.
What do you mean? Is it Disneyland?
The physical land, Anyway, let's see.
In the land.
Yeah.
And it regulated while they were outside the land too, but it regulated in the land.
Or it might be the land. It might be the land like, or even if it is the land in the new heavens and the new earth, right? It doesn't mean that there's necessarily the separation between the church and Israel.
Okay, so a couple things going on here. In our view as premillennialists, we believe in two phases of the kingdom. The first phase is the 1,000 years on this earth as we know it now. There is going to be topographical changes and other things like that occur. So in one sense, it's going to be a renovated earth. Then at the end, after the fires, wipes out the unbelievers and God creates a new heavens and new earth, that's the second phase of the kingdom, and that's the eternal state. So in his view, as far as I know, he's premillennial, but I don't know exactly how he deals with the millennium and the new state and eternal state and all of that. So I have questions about his eschatology that hopefully I'll learn as I study him more.
Because the authors of the New Testament are applying this thing to the church in Hebrews, for instance, right? They're going to deny.
So notice he's using the word application. Application is not interpretation. And he's talking about Hebrews. And so, yeah, you do have that, but it's Jewish Christians involved. I don't think there's any Gentile Christians in the audience, or at least they're not being addressed. So I'm not sure what his point is right now.
Deny that. But it's like it's another super. It's like they have to pull these things, like they have to stretch these things so hard to make it work, you know.
So the new covenant has to function in a similar way.
Yeah, that's it.
The Mosaic covenant regulated things in the land.
Yeah.
And it regulated while they were outside the land too, but it regulated in the land. So the new covenant has to function in a similar way.
Why does it have to function in a similar way? It's not according.
Because it's a contrast between the first covenant there, and also it's the same theocracy. The theocracy of Israel is going to be reinstated, except instead of David or Solomon, you have a sinless God ruling and reigning, and Satan is bound.
To the covenant that I made with their fathers in the land of Egypt. It's not according to that, right?
It's not according to the Mosaic covenant.
So why does it have to function in the same way?
Because they both involve the theocracy. Just as the Mosaic covenant was the constitution for the theocracy at that time, the new covenant will be the constitution as well as the enablement for believers in the kingdom.
Yeah, that's it.
Give them power to obey. And this altogether is what we call messianic salvation, which is also derived from the Davidic covenant. He comes back. That's not in this passage. And this is also part of the kingdom we're promised to Israel, in Isaiah 9, Isaiah 45 verse 17, Isaiah 46 verse 17.
Anyway, you know what too? Why do we always have to assume that Ezekiel 36 is the same thing as Jeremiah 31?
No, I'm fine with that. If you don't, but there's also Isaiah passages. You know, if you don't want to assume that it's the same thing, that's fine. But it's not going to change the fact that we do know that in the land, when the kingdom is reinstated, they're going to have some type of law that people go by, and it's going to be the law of the land, because humans are going to live, and they're going to repopulate the earth. Now, I don't know if you believe in that, though. You may not believe that they're going to have unglorified bodies and all of that stuff. Hey, 8033.
Do we really have to do that? Is that a thing? Do we have to do that? Why do we have to do that? Anyway, all these are just look. I'm not like that well studied in these things yet, right?
Okay, well, at least you're being honest here. You say you're not well studied in these things. That's great.
Getting there, but I'm just saying, man. I don't think we need to do all these things that they assume certain things.
So he's not well studied, but yet he thinks that we don't need to do all of these things. And then he's saying we assert all of these things. Well, he doesn't know the topic well enough to know what is being asserted and what's not being asserted.
Like, oh, well, it's the land.
He's assuming that things are just an assertion.
Promises to Abraham, and it's the land, and da 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 da. They always link up all these things all over the book.
So we're not supposed to link up things in all their book? Yeah. Intertextuality is an important thing in Bible study, especially as it relates to fulfillment of prophecy.
Is it really proper to do that? I understand that most Christians have associated Ezekiel 36 with the new covenant. I don't know.
Wait, I understand. Wait. So, I'm about to read the OT law, and the meaning of it is that the Israelites have failed to keep their old covenant and were suffering the consequences. I will make a new covenant with Israel for the sake of his own glory, and to keep the promises he made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So the new covenant is about the promises he made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Yes. Yes.
I'm shocked
Yes.
that he doesn't know this. The Abrahamic covenant.
And this is my problem. Supposedly he doesn't know this, but yet, as I showed in this video, I went to the paper in Academia EDU, wherever, and I think it was in 2018, I wrote on all of this. And I know for a fact he's looked at that paper because, as I said, I got an email a while back from, and I've got it multiple times, got it from Academia EDU saying that he looked at the paper. So for him to try to say that I can't articulate my view, it's like, go read my paper. criticize my paper. Why don't you do that, Toronto? Go get my paper off Academia EDU, criticize it, and then, you know, let's see how you do.
3 things: land, seed, and blessing. The subcovenants. So the land covenant, Deuteronomy 30, the seed, 2 Samuel 7, 1 Chronicles 17, you know, that's the Davidic covenant. And then the blessing is the new covenant, Jeremiah 31, Ezekiel 36, and others. So whatever he learned at his seminary, I guess he didn't learn about these things.
Well, it was Tyndale University. Is it? And so it's like, well, because he went to Bible college. So it's like, did they really have a class on the new covenant and about dispensationalism? I don't, maybe, but I don't think.
No, of course not. Of course not. It's not Bible college, okay? It's a seminary, all right? It's totally different. You guys go to Bible college.
He's calling the seminary go to a Bible college. Now, here's the thing about it is in this video that he's reviewing, I went to his, I was looking through the criteria for the degree plans, all of that stuff to try to get a hint of how rigorous his program is. I couldn't find much. And so then in comparison, I showed the Masters of Biblical Studies program as well as the THM program at Schaefer.
Anyway,
I really think a lot of this is just inferiority. He feels inferior for some reason.
this is just ridiculous, dude. I feel so sorry for these
so.
guys.
Yeah, and I'd have to look at the curriculum, but you know, it's a
The
master's.
PP in this video, you said there is no class on it.
Yeah, but there are classes about dispensationalism and there's classes about the covenants, but there's no class like there are. Well, actually, I talked to Kurt about this. There actually are very few classes on the new covenant. There's only one, which is dispensational theological seminary, and that's the only place. Everyone else does not have a formal class on it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So okay, so this is what we're gonna do. It's called Tyndale, Tyndale University.
Wow,
Canada.
now they're gonna go check out my school.
Masters
Wow,
of.
hilarious.
You can have an MDiv majors.
Well, wouldn't it make sense? Whenever I evaluated Dr. Larry Helms, I wanted to find out what class he teaches and all of that stuff. You know, I wanted to know, you know, what you study, what you've been exposed to, because that determines, you know, what standard or to what degree of standard I hold you to, you know, in these discussions.
In biblical studies, which I'm assuming that's what he got his in, or theological studies. So let's go ahead and go biblical studies. All right, so this is interesting. Wow. If this is the same program he did.
Yeah. And those are the only ones. Those are the only ones that teach this stuff. You know, normal seminaries don't teach this stuff. You might find a seminary that has like a course on this. Maybe, you know, but
Number
it's
of courses,
like
9.
few and far
okay?
between.
Duration, 1 year. This is that's if you do a concentration, right? For the graduate diploma. All right. Then you got the Masters of Theological Studies, which is 18 courses, which is only 2 years, and it's completed as a concentration in biblical studies. And then you have a Masters of Divinity, and the number of courses is 27, and it takes 3 years. So what's 27 times 3?
81.
81. Okay. A typical Masters of Divinity is 90 hour credit hours. Okay. I was doing a Masters of Divinity before I switched to an MBS at THM, and I had 41 credits of a Masters of Divinity. But okay. So let's see if it will go into more issues about it. Okay. You got concentration options: biblical languages, Bible study, education, Christian history, spiritual formation, theological.
This guy's trying to evaluate my school. As if my school's the one that needs to be evaluated. This guy goes to some online university, like some like degree mill. It's such a joke.
So you see what he's saying right there? Like I said, it's been like I've been to seminary 3 times. I've studied textbooks from various seminaries before I ever stepped into formal seminary, you know, and I was at accredited seminary. All right. My benefactor withdrew support. But regardless of that, I always wanted to do something with this seminary because I knew the people and all of this stuff. And so this is his inferiority, you know. He says it's a credited joke. Okay, well, guess what? We're gonna see who can out exegete who. This is a theology wars. This is Toronto Bible Study versus the Layman Seminary. And we're gonna see whose dojo is superior.
This guy's trying to look at my school, which is an actual university where I could actually have a real degree that people actually recognize, you know, unlike your school, and you're trying to look at my school, dude. Are you?
My school is recognized in certain schools. I mean, it's not a problem, but it's just this is something he pulls out of his back pocket whenever it benefits him. He's like, "Oh, it's a great school." In 1 minute, oh, and this and that. You know, come on, man. You're just trying to weaponize every little thing you can use against me. It's really pathetic.
What a joke! Just look at the video, man. Anyway, it's so dumb.
Are they going to tell us anything about it? Okay, look what they mainly focus on. Our professors say and teach courses such as prayer and the people of God.
Oh yeah,
theology
yeah.
of the
No,
human person.
sorry, brother. I saw that message, man. Sorry, I was so busy today, but I'll try to find something and I give it to you. I don't know exactly what you want to. So what are they trying to find out? That's not. They're just looking at some Roman, but
and help you understand these issues relative today. So it sounds like but philosophy for understanding theology, historical theology, contemporary theology, and it says that and it produces a foundation for you to develop as a theologian in your own right. Okay. I wish they would show me, like, if I go to like here, this is free advertisement, Schaefer Seminary, MBS. I'll do the MBS first. See, we tell you exactly what you're going to be taking, research method, spiritual life, hermeneutics, Bible study method.
Dude, what does this guy think, man? What does this guy think? You think they don't tell you what you're gonna take if you have to like, dude? This guy doesn't even know how to look up the thing on my. Anyway, why even bother with this? Why even do this?
I'm just talking about what's visible. I know that he can get access to it, but I'm just showing you that it's open to all that has it. I didn't have to sign in. This is public knowledge and everything. I was just saying I wish it was open like that. But you see the insecurity, the inferiority that is rising up in him because he's seeing this stuff.
Why even look at this? Like, if I start looking at your courses, bro, you're gonna get embarrassed.
Okay.
Your school is a joke.
Please do that. Please do that. Seriously, seriously, please do that. Make my seminary look like a joke.
Let's just go look at it now. He's looking at my paper. He's looking at my paper now.
That's my paper. It's the paper that I know you've been looking at because Academia you told me. And yet you're acting like you don't know about these things. And you're trying to say I can't articulate these things when I have the stuff in writing.
Which paper is this?
So this is at Southwestern Theological Seminary, accredited school when I wrote this paper. Nathan Holstein, who was originally a DTS, and this is at Southwestern.
Oh, Charles Daniels, that's his paper. I don't even know what this guy's looking at. Why are you looking at this, man? Who cares?
See, the dude freaks out. Dude can't handle anything, man. He's already seen the paper, but he's acting like he hasn't seen it. He's acting like he don't know what it is, and all this.
Wow, dude, what a waste of time, these guys. Anyway, let's go back. I think they start looking at the video again.
Of the new covenant, it makes that contrast. That it's the contrast between the Mosaic covenant. That's what you're saying, right?
Yep.
His mind is the Abrahamic covenant.
Yeah, I don't think so. There's a distinction between the Abrahamic covenant and what flows out of it, which is the new covenant. The new covenant is to help fulfill.
I'll check it out, brother.
I'm not to understand it. That's not what I said at all. Not even close to what I said.
God is going.
What did he say? What did he say? I don't like. Look, now I don't even know what they're saying. What are they interpreting? What are they interpreting me of having said?
To make a new covenant with the remnant of Israel during the tribulation, and then they're going to go into the land.
No problem, brother.
Yes, howdy. Toronto is after PB.
That's one of the main ones. Well, Daniel wasn't that one. But it's clear. Okay, because
and see, that's the thing. You just built up the tension by saying that statement. Is it clear? Is it really as clear cut as you just presented it? So at this point, Toronto should appreciate that and say, yeah, good job, PB. You're actually not sweeping this under the rug. You're actually dealing with the tension and the difficulties.
Yeah, it's I don't know what Mike expects when he studies the new covenant. If he wants to study the new covenant, if he does, I recommend reading all the books you can about it. Like if you're watching this, please read all the books you can about it. Because it's not as cut and dry as you might think it is, or as I might think it is.
No, like you see how you guys are trying to make me read all these books? Why? Why do I have to read all these books? Why can't you just explain it?
Because you do exactly what Sam Shamoon and all those other people do. You try to control the narrative and use your little gimmicks and all of that stuff. And so we're going to explain it in a way where I'm going to know the stuff by heart so much, just like I know free grace, so that whenever you do force me to debate you, I will be so prepared. Okay. And you don't want to study it. You just said you don't want to read all these books. Yeah, that's real. Did they teach you that in seminary? To despise books?
You made this video. Are you trying to say that in this video, after I reviewed this video, I still don't have a clue about how to understand this thing? I should still then also go read, or can I just like? I mean, I point out some.
I'm trying to give you breadcrumbs. I'm trying to invite you on the journey. I'm trying to help you to evaluate things because I'm assuming that you are an academic, or at least that you learned some disciplines in seminary and all of this stuff. And you get upset like this. It's like, why isn't my food cooked for me? Because you know how to cook your own food. I'm just trying to share a recipe with you.
Serious problems with your argument here. So I wish maybe we should go to that part.
It's actually very complex, and the people that wrote the book spent years studying it. So
Right.
don't expect to come into one presentation and get all the info. This is an 11 presentation series. This is just an introduction. So
Right.
Yeah, that's the other problem with you guys. You have to make it 11 presentation series to explain your dumb theology. Why?
Yeah, and I'm gonna make a bunch of them to explain yours.
Why is that? Why is that, man?
No, Toronto's not in present time. This is from a few days ago. But yeah, he's live right now, I think, Asawako. But I'm not in a hurry to react to him live. I want him to improve in his presentations and his scholarships and his accusations. And so I'm trying to give him a little bit of room, to step it up. So right now I'm just taking it easy, dealing with the low hanging fruit until he steps it up.
Why can't you just give me just give me what I need to know to at least kind of decide whether this is even reasonable for me to investigate. At least give me that much. But in this thing, I don't get that. This is just more confusing, weird nonsense. I have to watch your 11 hours of your yappery just to get this.
Right. Progressive illumination.
The book of Hebrews, Isaiah 46 verse 13, and this is also part of the kingdom promise to Israel, Isaiah 9, Isaiah 45 verse 17, Isaiah 46 verse 13, and Daniel chapter 2 verse 44. That's one of the main ones.
Kingdom promise to Israel. He will enable them to keep his commands, declare his law, remove the curse from their land, give them the power to obey. So he's saying that if you were just reading the Old Testament, you would understand that. That's how that's meant to be understood.
Well, what's it
What did
say?
he say? What did he say?
He
Wait,
says
wait,
that-
wait, 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 what?
He says he will enable. This is the quote he was reading. He will enable them to keep his commandments by putting his law in their hearts, remove the curse from the land, and give them power to obey. And so he's like, this guy is saying, or PB saying that the original audience would have understood all of that.
I mean, if you read, and this is the great part about this, Mike. I have a part 2 of this, and the part 2 actually goes into every single Old New Covenant passage, and we even distinguish.
No. Look. I mean, look, the thing is, it doesn't matter to go into all the different things. My point here,
First he says, can you just show me why? And now he's like, it doesn't matter if you go into all these different things.
point here is that I don't think that's the only valid way that they could have interpreted that. I don't think your way of reading that is the only.
So what he's essentially saying is, I don't think that you're right, but he's not offering any alternatives. Maybe the closest thing he offered to an alternative was saying, well, why do we think that Jeremiah 31 and Ezekiel 36 are the same thing? That's the closest I've heard so far.
Sort of historical, grammatical, correct way to read that. That's my point here. So looking at your other interpretations of it isn't going to help. Can you explain why I should think that this is the only way that they would interpret it? Couldn't they interpret it as some kind of other thing,
Distinguish them between directly New Covenant, indirectly New Covenant, and not New Covenant at all. And so you can see that. And so you can see where we derive all of this stuff and how we understand the New Covenant. It's not just 2 passages. It's 20 or something at least.
So-
Yeah, I'm aware of that. PB. My point is, you guys seem to think that the only way that they could have understood it is some kind of literal thing in the millennial kingdom. It must be the millennial kingdom, not the new heavens and the new earth, I guess is what you're saying, or something.
Now here's the thing. I thought Toronto was a pre-mill, but he doesn't sound like he's talking like it right here.
And I'm just saying that there could be other ways to understand that. I don't think they have to understand it.
Okay, well, fine. There could be other ways to understand it, but you haven't given an argument for why the other ways are superior to the way that he's given. You haven't done that. You're just saying something vague like, "Oh, well, there's other ways." Okay, well, show me one other way. Where's your work? Where's your evaluation of things? Now, like I said, he made a handout today, so he's working in that direction, and maybe he'll keep stepping it up.
The way you guys understand it. That's what I'm saying here. So unless you can establish that, I don't see why I should go and look at your other dumb video about.
Do you hear this? So he's doing what like Sangenis did. Unless you could explain this, we're not going no further in this debate. So he's like, unless you can establish exactly what I want underneath my parameters of how I'm being a lazy person, then I'm not going to look at the rest of your videos. Well, I'm going to force him to, because I'm going to keep dropping on him. I'm going to drop on him more than Kendrick did on Drake. Okay, and I know he don't like my rap comparisons, but he'll have to deal with it, you know.
A bunch of other dumb things.
I'm gonna hit this really superficial. Like Kingdom Come.
Wow.
I recommend that he reads this book.
Mark.
Janet, you can watch.
Oh, I recommend I read your book. Why don't you just explain your position? Can you just like explain it to me? Why do I have to look?
No, because see, if you fall for the trap and I give an explanation, he's just going to say, I don't know, man, that seems like this. There's another way. He's just going to figure out a way to dismiss it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bury him in information and evaluation and show superiority and explanatory power and through debates and other things like that. That way his audience can clearly see when he's just dismissing things.
Look at 11 videos just to come to some understanding of it. Why is that? Like I explained our position in basically, or my position anyway, in like one video. You know? Why does it take you so long? Why don't you guys get to the point? Why?
It doesn't. It doesn't. But we care more about the process than the product, you know.
Why can't you explain? Because your thing is just confusing nonsense. That's what it is. This is
No, he's just asserting it. He's just lazy. He doesn't want to show patience. It's like he's extreme ADD and won't sit still in class.
but this is my test for how you know somebody's theory is weird and wrong is that they can't explain it. You know, I'm not asking you to give me every.
No, what I'm doing is I'm trying to protect myself from the gaslighting that you do. You're going to get your explanation and you're going to get way more than you're looking for. So keep on. I want your audience to doubt me. I want them to believe every word you say. I want them to get so confident and cocky that they're challenging me. They're saying we can't do nothing. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to make a choice. Either are they going to look over there and listen to you, or are they going to evaluate both videos? Are they going to be objective and learn from both dojos, the different schools, or are they just going to fanboy? I can't reach the fanboys and the fangirls, but those that want to have an objective experience, we can provide that. And that's what this is. This is all a teaching moment. Even though you think it's something else. That's all it's about.
Every little detail. I'm just saying, give me the basics so I can just like kind of evaluate the basic logic of it, and then we can move on and just study more.
You can listen to Janet read to you if you want. She did the whole book, and now she's doing the Kingdom Come. But right now, you got right here. He calls it a name I disagree with, but the Palestinian covenant. The covenant given, important distinction, 7 features. Why is the covenant unconditional? Historic principle, the means of restoration, and a summary.
So yeah, if they only get half an hour in, it's just a waste of time, right? Okay?
It's just a waste of time. I'm giving him resources that he should know about. Pentecost's book, about the covenants, the details about it. And then also I mentioned Schofield, because everybody wants to take Schofield Bible, but the very notes are in there on that particular issue.
Because according to Nathan, they only get a half an hour in.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna get further in this time.
I think the video is like an hour and 15 minutes.
So
So I don't think it's even gonna. We're not even gonna get anywhere useful watching this.
are you gonna give up?
Anyway, this is
So-
dumb anyway.
And this is
Which is most well, actually the church, new big new barriers.
So he skipped more stuff, more resources. He don't care.
Spiritually.
Oh, I think maybe around here, start talking about some stuff.
Which is one covenant, but two people. So, and so in this view, this is modern dispensation. These are most dispensations. They say the church is a metaphorical body of Christ beginning in Acts 2. I agree with that. And in the rapture. And so most dispensations say pre-tribulation. We don't have to believe that. This includes both Jews and Gentiles that have been baptized by the Holy Spirit. So 1 Corinthians 12:13, we were all baptized by one Spirit into one body. That body is the body of the church. And therefore, it partakes of the spiritual blessings of the new covenant, specifically forgiveness of sins, regeneration, we're going to get into that, and indwelling. But the physical land promises are for Israel only. Now, how exactly this plays out, many commentators disagree. Some will say it's a picture, but you still get the forgiveness of sins. Some will say that the law in your heart, something you get. Some say it's not. You get some say regeneration includes, some say it's not included. It's very very prone to being selective. And so in contrast, you still have Israel in the sense of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The nation will always exist, but they've been temporarily set aside for God's purposes. And they'll be blessed by God in the future kingdom after the tribulation period, right? Like, and they go on. And these blessings are in the new covenant that the church is already experienced. But
Okay. 11 what? The one, you know,
Hosea 11:1, out of Egypt I called my son. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to say Matthew changes the meaning of the Old Testament text. There's a difference between saying that a dispensationalist doesn't change the meaning versus Matthew that is adding additional meaning to it. He's not changing the meaning. This deals with
No, wait.
it's from most
Wait.
dispensational churches take a New Testament backwards theology, and then they try to rewrite the Old Testament with the New. Now, what's the solution? You recognize the strengths inherent with the grammatical historical approach that does not assume that the New Testament writers change the meaning of the text, as I mentioned before. And that's a critical importance because once you
so they don't change the meaning of any Old Testament text. What about like
try to rewrite the Old Testament with the New. Now, what's the solution? You recognize the strengths inherent with the grammatical historical approach that does not assume that the New Testament writers change the meaning of the text.
See, the New Testament writers. This is what PB is talking about, how the New Testament writers changed the meaning of the Old Testament in the New Testament.
They don't change the meaning. It's not an issue of changing meaning. It's all they're taking things and doing it. The meaning is what it meant in the Old Testament. That never changes. The meaning is stable. And so it's not the right language to say change the meaning. The meaning is stable. See Elliot Johnson, Expository Hermeneutics, or E.D. Hirsch, Validity of Interpretation. Asabako says, I explained my position in one video, why it takes so long, why you can't just direct to the point. But the problem is free grace knows their doctrine and they don't understand free grace. But Janet, they're free grace. They're just not dispensationalists.
But they changed the meaning of certain texts. He's talking about the writers. And that's what I'm commenting on when I talk about Hosea 11:1. And now Charles's response to me is, oh, well, it's different when Matthew does it. It's different than when I do it. No, because he's
my response is, yeah, I'm recognizing they're about apostles and prophets, that distinction. But I'm also saying the meaning does not change. They are not changing the meaning. The text doesn't gain or lose meaning in the Old Testament. It's stable.
talking about the New Testament writers. Matthew's a New Testament writer. Anyway, this is so ridiculous.
And that's a critical importance because once you
so they don't change the meaning of any Old Testament text. What about like
all right, let's see how he does here.
what about Hosea 11 what? The one, you know,
Hosea 11:1, out of
Yes, Toronto's free grace.
Egypt I called my son. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to say Matthew changes the meaning of the Old Testament text. There's a difference between
She's probably a shill, bro. So like, this is what Lim is saying here right now, right? PB is talking about the New Testament writers. PB said that the New Testament writers do not change the meaning of any Old Testament text.
They
Now,
don't.
Charles is trying to say that it's different for the writers and me doing it, or a dispensationalist doing it. But that's my point. My point is that Matthew does it. So that Matthew's a writer.
He doesn't. He's using his wrong language. The meaning is not changed.
That's my point. Because that's what PB said.
So what he's trying to do is he's trying to say Matthew changes the meaning of the Old Testament text. There's a difference between saying that a dispensationalist doesn't change the meaning versus Matthew that is adding additional meaning to it. He's not changing the meaning. This deals with the concept of intertextuality. And so basically
He's trying to say Matthew adds additional meaning. Well,
I'm making a distinction between revelation and illumination.
that's changing the meaning. If you add additional meaning, you're
Right, Cole said Hosea 11 cannot be a change of meaning, making it prophecy about Jesus because Hosea isn't prophesying. He's talking about something that already happened. The meaning isn't changed. He put it in an analogical correspondence showing Jesus being true Israel. Yeah, that's definitely one option.
You're changing the meaning. And furthermore, Matthew's clearly saying that out of Egypt I've called my son. In his context, it has that meaning. So that's a different meaning.
So right now, he's confusing meaning with referent. The meaning remains stable, but the referent is what's changing.
Different. Okay? So there's not like I'm just he obviously changes the meaning. And there's many scriptures like that. That's the way we read the Bible the way we do. So I don't know what you guys are trying to say when you say, oh, the New Testament writers never change the meaning. Now you're saying, oh, well, they add meaning.
It just shows Toronto's not up to date on hermeneutics.
It's not different than changing the meaning. Well, no, it's not. It is changing the meaning. If you add meaning, that's changing the meaning. And also, they're using that meaning that they.
No, if you add meaning, it does not change the meaning. Once again, the classic example is when a president gives a speech. Whatever the president said in that speech at that time, that's the meaning of that speech. Whether he comes back later on and gives additional details or whatever it may be, it never changes the meaning of the original thing. Now, when you're talking about implications and significance, that's a whole nother issue, but that's not meaning. Right. The meaning isn't changed. He puts it in an analogical correspondence showing Jesus being true Israel.
They added. They're using that in their interpretations in the New Testament. They're using that to describe the events of the New Testament, etc. So that's what it means to change the meaning. That's what it means.
The way this works, it's like a Bone Thugs and Harmony song. You know how Bone Thugs and Harmony always interjecting verses.
And now he's getting upset because I use rap illustrations to explain the concept of intertextuality. There's whole books written on intertextuality. And I'm trying to use a simplified concept so people can understand how it works. And all he does is get upset. Like a legalist.
Versus Matthew, that is adding a difference between saying that a dispensationalist doesn't change the meaning versus Matthew, that is adding additional meaning to it. He's not changing the meaning. This deals with the concept of intertextuality. And so basically the way this works, it's like a Bone Thugs and Harmony song. You know how Bone Thugs and Harmony always yeah. Well, what they do is like
see that? Like, listen, are we talking about the Bible or do you guys have to be like little kids?
It isn't about being little kids. The thing is that literature, music, song, hermeneutics are not made up. They're discovered. God speaks to us in normal language. And so identifying these patterns across genres is helpful and demonstrating this.
We're talking about the Bible, right? Can you please explain this thing?
This is the same guy that we're studying the Bible in Toronto with that has a Christian rap song at the very beginning. Well, I guess Christian rap's okay, but you can't make a reference to secular rap.
With an immature way. Understand what I'm saying?
It's immature to refer to a thing that my audience understands. Taylor knows what I'm talking about. That's my main thing, is I'm trying to communicate to the audience. And some people don't like Bone or they never heard of it. I understand there's a possibility of someone missing it, but it's the simplest way that to grasp intertextuality.
Saying you understand I think you kind of get what I'm saying now. So now can you explain it without talking about Bone Thugs and Harmony? This guy starts singing along.
He's getting so frustrated. We're just having fun while studying the Bible. Is it a sin to have fun? Is it a sin to be creative?
What are you doing?
It's like a Bone Thugs and Harmony song. You know how Bone Thugs and Harmony always yeah. Well, what they do is in their songs, they always refer back to their previous songs. So let me think of one. There's one, they got this song called No Surrender. And then in this other song, I think it's on East 1999, they're like, "Listen, me no surrender, can I get away with only being no pretender?" Anyway, they do that, and it's like, okay, you made a reference that might be on Art of War, but regardless, the phrase "no surrender" reminds you that they did the same thing, but it's an everyday thing. They've done it on Crossroads, they've done it in all of their songs. They do it, and so what it does, I mean, Snoop did it on Little Ghetto Boy. He said, "Wake up, jumped out my bed. I'm in a 2-man cell with my homie Little Half Dead. Murder was a case that they gave me." And so what's ironic is I actually heard the song "Murder Was a Case" by Snoop.
These guys are still talking about this dumb song. I thought he was just using it for a quick example to.
I'm using it. Number one, I switched the audience, the rapper. I'm giving another illustration. He has no patience. That's why he's a horrible reactor. He doesn't care about being extensive to the content. His way of reacting is just getting mad and frustrated. He's not doing thorough analysis.
So he can make a point. No, he's still talking about this. Dude.
So what? It's my stream.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Then you're gonna clap yourself on the back and talk about how professional you are, right?
So you see what it is? You can't win anyway with him. He's a legalist. That's what he is. He's a legalist.
Ridiculous, dude. You think anybody has time for this? Talk about your stupid rap songs, bro. What are you doing, man?
Which usually whenever.
And see, this is all a game for him because he knew what was in the video, as I said before. And then he's just responding in just a way because he wants to dismiss me in every single way he can. So now he's showing I'm immature, this, wasting time talking about songs and all of this stuff so that no one actually studies what intersectionality is.
Usually if I make a statement saying murder was the case that they gave me, people think it's that song. But no, I'm referring back to what he said in the song Little Ghetto Boy. So he took a little sliver of a saying and turned it into a whole theme of a song. And so what happens with the Old Testament is you have out of Egypt, I called my son. This is from Exodus, where he says, if you do not let my son go, I will kill your son. That's what God told Pharaoh. And so that's the idea there. Then you get to Hosea and what was going on in that time. And so it takes on that idea of reminding people that the nation of Israel was brought out of Egypt. Then Matthew draws a parallel because when Jesus Christ had to flee to Egypt as a baby, whenever Herod was dead, that's when he came from Egypt. So it's just making a point of similarity there. And if we were going in more technicality for this, there's different things.
No, it's not. He literally says that it might be fulfilled, which is spoken by the prophet.
Okay, so here's the problem right here. And this is what's ironic because Toronto's written a paper that relates to plerao. And so Toronto thinks plerao is being used in a way that means necessary absolutely fulfillment. But you can see here, I could probably pull something up in Constable's notes about this. Let's see. Yeah, his understanding of plerao is too limited. So let's go to the Matthew commentary. And let's just type in fulfilled. Let's see. All of these things are subject to the Old Testament messianic prophecy that had to be fulfilled. So we got a footnote. Let's see. All right. Let's see if he goes into discussion of what fulfillment means. The phrase plerothe, what was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, would be fulfilled, or to fulfill what the Lord has said, or to fulfill what the Lord has spoken, occurs often in Matthew's gospel. Let me make this larger. Carson and Matthew. It indicates a fulfillment of Old Testament prophecy. But it doesn't explain what type of fulfillment. There's different types of fulfillment. Matthew worded verse 24 carefully, okay? And so hold on, give me 1 second. And the prophecy of Matthew said Jesus fulfilled comes from Isaiah 7:4. It's a difficult one to understand. So this is about Parthenos and all of this. And so the issue is it's brought up about how to understand it. Okay. Jesus also fulfilled the prophecy since it's a second, so it's given the different views. Who fulfilled it? Was there a dual fulfillment and all of that, right? And I have more recent stuff. All right. When literal prophecy is fulfilled in the New Testament is quoted as literal fulfillment. That's the Micah 5:2 passage. That's probably Fruitenbaum. Let's see who it is. Or Redelnik. Yeah, it's Fruitenbaum. I knew it. Many prophecies fall into this category. Another writer called this literary prophecy plus literal fulfillment. That might be Redelnik. No, David Cooper. Still another called fulfillment, direct fulfillment. Redelnik, yeah. Matthew's rendering of Micah 5:2 prophecy adds the fact the ruler would shepherd the Israelites. Okay, so this is talking about is going forth from everlasting. You might say, what do you mean, man? It's a different passage. Well, look at this. Here it is, Hosea 11. Matthew's quotates from the Hebrew text, not the Septuagint. All right. Matthew did not claim that Jesus was fulfilling the prophecy. Another significant factor is the meaning of the word fulfill, plerao. It has a broader meaning than simply to make complete. It simply means to establish completely. It essentially means to establish completely. In the case of predicted prophecy, the complete establishment of what the prophet predicted occurred when he predicted when what he predicted happened. But in the case of prophetic utterances that dealt with the past or present, the complete establishment of what the prophet said took place when another event that was similar happened. Okay. This, they call this pattern fulfillment, if I remember right. This is the sense in which Jesus' departure from Egypt fulfilled Hosea's prophecy. Jesus was the Son of God. The history of Israel, the Son of God, in a different sense, anticipated the life of the Messiah. To state the same thing another way, Jesus was the typological recapitulation of Israel. Another writer called this literal event plus typical fulfillment. Fruitenbaum. Still another referred as literal prophecy plus a typical import. Cooper. All right. There are similarities between the nation and the son. Israel was God's chosen son by adoption, and Jesus is the Messiah, God's son. In both cases, the descent into Egypt was to escape danger, and the return was important to the nation's providential history. And as Moses was called to go to Egypt and rescue Israel, God's son, his firstborn, from physical bondage, so Jesus was called out of Egypt in his infancy to the divine message given to Joseph to save mankind from the bondage of sin. Matthew looked back and carefully drew analogies between the events of the nation's history and the historical incidents in the life of Jesus. Okay, so there's other things that you can look up about fulfilled, but here's the thing: he wrote a paper on fulfilled. So let's go look at it real quick. Michael Sampat. If I spelled his name right. Maybe it's just Mike Sampat. Well, there he is. Pastor intern. Oh, so you were a pastor intern. I think you're holding out on this, Toronto. What year was this? 2022. Okay. There's your LinkedIn. All right. Here we are. Play Rouse. It's the same form. Download it. Should have said, thanks, man. I'm reacting to you, man. No thanks. I'll stay free. All right. Oh, it's not a PDF. It's a document. That's all right. We'll get here. Oh, I opened it up on the wrong side. Hermeneutics of love. examining Christ's use of plerasai in Matthew 5:17. All right. Okay. New Testament. All right. So here we go. What does Jesus mean by the word fulfill in Matthew 5:17? A long-standing debate exists among scholars. Yeah, there's a debate, but yet he wants to make it sound like the word fulfill is just clear cut in this YouTube video. A long-standing debate exists among scholars with an array of theories. I was interested. You're using first person in a paper. Usually that's frowned upon. I was interested because 5:17 and 20 is a pivotal pericope with no parallel in Matthew or the New Testament, which may hold the key to understanding the Sermon on the Mount. Okay. If not the book of Matthew as a whole. The key to understanding 5:17 and 20 is the meaning of Christ's use of fulfill. This paper will explore this interpretation with an examination. Okay, so here's his thesis statement. That's a long paragraph. Anyway, this paper will explore this interpretation with an examination of scholarly opinion and a comparison between modern Greco-Roman and early Jewish legal hermeneutics. Christ means that he comes to fulfill the law typologically. So here he is already using typological language, right? Which is what we were just talking about. The old law pointed toward the new. Christ comes to deliver a hermeneutic by which the people of God can interpret it and apply God's law to the contemporary context. The four basic principles of the hermeneutic are outlined in verses 17 and 20, then expounded in the following antithesis of 5, 21, and 48, as well as the rest of the Sermon on the Mount, and by Christ later teaches an example. Christ's law perfects and consummates the law of Moses by providing the perfect hermeneutic, the hermeneutic of obedience through faith, the hermeneutic of spirit and not of the letter. The four hermeneutical principles. Okay, so we looking at his resources right here. He's using Hermania. Four hermeneutical principles. This passage we've seen as an introduction. Anyway, it looks like a pretty good paper, right? I'll read it more later. But I just want to see about his discussion of fulfilled. Okay, David Turner, good resource. He's a progressive dispensationalist, by the way, and he's Dallas Theological. So you're using a resource by a school that had to make their stuff up because they can't interact in the academic realm, but yet you're using them to support of your paper in the academic realm. They're good enough to quote your academic paper, but they're not academic. David Turner's on LinkedIn, progressive dispensationalist. And so if you're seeing this, anyway, you know what it is. Okay, so he's quoting that. Archie France. There's Craig Blomberg, the same one that wrote the hermeneutic book he does. Okay, he's using ProQuest. All right, the fulfillment as typology. The interpretation of fulfill in 1720 has been the subject of considerable controversy. While this view of the Matthew is endorsed in legal conservatism was prominent in the past, recent decades have given way to a more nuanced understanding. Okay, so footnote 9. We'll look at that in a minute. Some suggest that fulfill means to uphold or confirm, which makes sense in relation to the contrast between plerosai and katalusai. Kataluo, to destroy or overthrow. Also fitting well with the probable historical context of Jesus on the Matthean community as being attacked for perceived antinomianism. Others argue that it's Christ's obedience through his actions to fulfill the law. Another view holds that Christ brings out the law, true meaning, or offers a greater depth of insight into the law, which maintains the continuity called for in verse 18, while leaving space for new innovations. To others hold to a transcendent view. Thus, Jesus does not abandon the law, but Christ's teachings offer a more perfect picture of God's intention in the law. Each of these views explain the data well in some areas, but poorly in others. Lack of space precludes a complete evaluation, but all of these views can be seen to emphasize either the continuity between the law and Christ's mission or the discontinuity. So I'm glad he's using this distinction. This is an allusion to a book, Continuity and Discontinuity, which was a key book in dispensationalism. But anyway, that's where that language comes from. These polar opposites fail to embrace the nuance of Christ's statement, or an emphasis on the continuity renders the following antithesis superfluous, while focusing on discontinuity is tantamount to saying that Christ abolishes the law. critically important in our interpretation of the antithesis. While they're often seen as mere reinterpretations, that's where he says, but I say unto you. All right. One view that has gathered significant support in the idea that fulfilled refers to the realization to what the law anticipated. This has been called the salvation historical view. Did I already get the footnotes for this? France. Okay. Betts and Collins. Sermon on the Mount. All right. All right. This has been called the salvation historical view and places emphasis on Matthew's thematic use of plerao throughout the book, pointing to an eschatological or prophetic meaning. Matthew's use of plerao to make full, to complete, is critical to understand its authorial intent, and therefore verse 17 and 20. Plerao is used 16 times through the book, most of which are unique to Matthew and constitute a major theme of the gospel. The prophecy fulfillment familiar that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken about the Lord by the prophet saying, appears 10 times, introducing references to the Old Testament. The formula indicates that a trajectory set by the original context has reached its culmination in Christ. While some draw upon well-known prophetic texts, others are more far-reaching typology. All denote the coming into being of that which Scripture pointed. So he's quoting Turner again. Strong's. I thought I saw Badag earlier. I don't know. Okay, he's using EBSCO. All right. The same sense of the word is found in there. Overall, the word is used to describe the way Jesus fulfills the pattern prefigured in the prophets of the law. Others would include a non-metaphorical expression in verse 38, filling the net. 32, where Christ said to fill up and measure the Father's with future destiny in mind. The use of fulfill in Matthew supports the salvation historical typological interpretation of plerosai in 1720. Typology and the hermeneutics of law. A typology addresses the past and present in terms of historical components and escalation in which the divinely ordered prefigure finds a complement in the subsequent and greater event. Christ's new articulation of the law fits the definition because it preserves and honors the past, but it introduces a new and superior reformulation of the old law. Typological analysis is important to biblical interpretation. It's commonly used by both Old and New Testament writers. Matthew's use of typology has been pointed out by a number of commentators. Matthew has introduced the audience to typological analysis, especially in the prophecy fulfillment formula at 2:15 as a reference to Hosea 11, 1 and 2. Well, the very passage we're talking about, guys. While Hosea refers unambiguously to the nation of Israel and its infancy being led out of Egypt by God, Matthew explains this event prefigured the infant Christ being taken out. Okay, Daniel Trayer. Daniel Trayer is another Dallas Theological Seminary guy. Let's see. All right, Egypt by Joseph. Readers may notice similarity to Joseph, the patriarch, and Moses, who both might also be seen as typological references, but Matthew makes a typological analysis. 2:15 explicit. 2:17 is linked with the historical event of the exile, which may place it in the category of typology as well. The points of direct correspondence alongside with a clear point of disjunction, Ramah rather than Bethlehem, suggests a typological rather than a conventionally prophetic utterance. Yeah, it's similar, but it's not the same thing. Furthermore, God comforts a Rachel with the restoration of his people associated with the new covenant, a typological fulfillment of the Old Testament prophets. Because typology often requires a few specific points of correspondence, it can explain these data without contradiction. Hermeneutics, all right, so he's talking about the hermeneutics and all that. Let's see. Ben Worthington, Methodist. There's Klein. There's the hermeneutic book right there. That's the 2004 edition. It's been updated. So I'm just skimming Aristotle, Greece. It's a good paper. But here's the issue. Does this line up with what the Toronto today believes? Other than find that one place where the aorist infinitive active will play raw side. Okay. Fulfill righteousness. Not to mirror, but just teaching as well as antithesis. Prefiguring, he's talking about Christ and okay. He's talking about Garland. I think that's Baker. Let's see here. Okay, so you're talking about hermeneutics. This okay. Rodney I see you bring your sociology in here. Rodney Stark is a sociologist, a Christian sociologist. But yeah, he all right, let's see. Okay. Yeah. All right. So now we can get back to the video. You have to appreciate your opponents, guys. If you just think that they're inferior, they have no skill whatsoever, then you're going to get too cocky, too overconfident. And so it's a good thing to meet a worthy adversary, if you will. But I'm wondering if Toronto's protesting too much at this point. Hey, Von Eric.
Saying, out of Egypt I've called my son. So he's not merely just using it in a different. What did he say? What he
When
said?
he came, had to flee to Egypt as a baby. Whenever Herod was dead, that's when he came from Egypt. So it's just making a point of similarity there. And if we were going in more,
It's not making a point of similarity.
Guys, oh my goodness. It's not making a point of similarity, but watch this. I'm going to pull up where the word similarity is used in his very paper. I'm doing the search for the word similarity right now. Similarity. So, okay. Egypt, readers may notice similar to Joseph the Patriarch and Moses. That is Hosea 11:2. All right. Yeah, I think that's it right there. Similarities. Which may take place as typology as well. Let me read this again. While Hosea 11 refers unambiguously to the nation Israel in its infancy, being led out of Egypt by God, Matthew explained that this event prefigured the infant Christ being taken out of Egypt by Joseph. Readers may notice similarities of Joseph, patriarchs, and Moses, who might have been seen as typological references. The points of direct correspondence, along with clear points of disjunction, suggest a typological, and so it's talking about the Rama thing right there. So yeah, I think Toronto forgot what he wrote.
Similarity. It's not making a point of similarity. Matthew repeatedly uses this formula. Okay.
Yes, we know that.
That it might be fulfilled, which is spoken by the prophets, saying. Then he'll say something like this. So what he's saying there is that Jesus coming out of Egypt fulfilled what was spoken by the prophets. Even though the prophet, when he spoke that, was not talking about Jesus, he was talking about Israel, the nation.
Which means the meaning was Israel in the Old Testament. It's not a change of meaning. The issue is that there's multiple reference plenior.
Right? Even though that's true, it's also true that when Jesus came out of Egypt, he fulfilled what was spoken by the prophet because that's what Matthew wrote.
Because it's a pattern fulfillment.
So I don't know what you're trying to do, Layman, with your dumb analogy to Bone Thugs and Harmony. But what you seem to be
Okay, so let me just show you what I'm trying to do with my dumb analogy of Bone Thugs and Harmony. Let me share my screen. Is it the book Messianic Hope? Yeah, I think so. Let me see if I got it in Logos. If not, I'll pull it up from Kindle. It's Riddell neck. He's not gonna like the fact I'm getting tired. But I'll take my sweet time and address this stuff as we're going. Here it is, Messianic Hope. We use this for Intermediate Hebrew too. Okay. When Messianic prophecy is important, let me type in intertextual. He does he does 3 different categories. I got a video on this on my channel. Textual. The New Testament has no fulfillment connections. All right, so text. That's not what we want. He's going to make a suggestion. It's intertextual, intra, and something else. Where is he going to talk about it? Okay, here it is, right here. So he starts applying this distinction that was discussed in this book, Jacob's Blessings on Judah with the Hebrew Old Testament, a study of textual, intertextual, and intertextual interpretation. That's a dissertation from TED's. Okay. So this is all about intertextuality right here. So this is the right chapter. It's taking forever. All right. And just back up. Interbiblical perspectives on Messianic prophecy. Okay. I wanted them to talk about the terms. Intertextual considerations. So each one of these goes through these categories. Interpretive approaches for each one of these. So let's go to, let me go to the table of contents. It's been a while since I read this book. All right. Nature Testament's view, a New Testament scholar views Messianic prophecy. Hey, let's see here. Nature of prophecy and fulfillment. Our scholarship views Messianic prophecy. I think it's this one. I'm getting tired. Well, let me just show y'all a video. Y'all could go watch that I've done a video on, and it goes through all this stuff. There's actually a presentation that I did for class. And okay. So hope. Messianic hope. Okay. 4 views. Oh, so it is in Logos. No. This is about sincere plenior. All right. Elliot Johnson. Oh, this is when I was discussing when I was at the Schaefer conference. I'm talking about Chow, Varner, Hermeneutics of Biblical Writers, Moody Handbook of Messianic Prophecy. So I'm going through talking about all the hermeneutic stuff. Doing the study on Zerah. And all right, so these are different interpretive views that people take. Skipping through. That's from the Net Bible distinction on seed. Okay. It's in here somewhere. Okay, yeah. So intertextual readings reveal the later writers. Selheimer. Okay, so these are his categories. We're down next categories. He talks about interbiblical, which is the broad context. Intertextual is the content, and intertextual. This is intextual, it's the content, and intertextual is the Pentateuch to the canon. And so that's what that's referring to, and that's how everything is evaluated. But you can go and you see that about that. The other book by Chow, I think. Let me see if it's in Logos. Yeah, it's in Logos. So this entire book deals with the subject of intertextuality. So this is a good one I recommend people read on these issues. So let me just type in intertextuality. Responding to the issues you send in involves a whole host of matters, including but not limited to text creates literary prayer and intertextuality echoes. Hayes echoes of scripture. Okay. Perhaps so kind of one factor that supports this is how scholars have recognized the reality of intertextuality in the Old Testament. The word intertextuality is a key term in this book, and for my purposes, discusses how the biblical writers allude to other parts of Scripture. It specifically refers to how the inspired authors expound upon previous revelation in their own writings. Such activity in the Old Testament argues for the existence of a prophetic hermeneutic. The Old Testament writers themselves were exegetes and theologians who understood and correlated their texts with previous revelation. They formed intentional networks of texts in the first canon. Okay. All right. Reality of intertextuality. Let me go ahead and do this full screen. In light of all the different uses of a text, we need to be able to identify the author's pattern of thought. Well, here, let me put the music on. Where's the music? All right. In light of the different uses of a text, we need to be able to identify the author's pattern of thought. What hint does the writer leave us in the text that can clue us into the rationale? This introduces to another important presupposition about the quest, the interconnectedness of Scripture. In answering these questions, the introductory formula, just as it's written, or the argument in context, could help us initially understand how the author's thought. That's too loud for me. Might be too loud for y'all too. Okay. Examining the context of the alluded passage would also aid in the endeavor. However, critics rightly point out that such information is not always sufficient for us to solidify the author's logic. It is too limited and still leaves open a lot of possibilities for how a writer may use previous revelation. Such criticisms, though, assume that when a writer uses scripture, the only text or factors involved are the text he has written and the text he alludes to. We might assume that these two texts are all we have to work with to figure out the writer's logic. However, a host of scholars remind us that this is not always true. The reality of intertextuality comes in at this point. No text is an island. Nickel calculated that one is approximately 20 verses in the New Testament is a quotation from the Old. If one factors in not just quotation but also allusions, where a New Testament passage sounds similar to the Old, the ratio can go as high as 1 verse out of 10. Scholars like Fishbane, House, Broyles, Kaiser, Walke make similar remarks concerning the Old Testament. More than likely, the author in context has not just made one allusion, but other allusions to other texts. Hence, those other allusions to context could provide textual data to help understand the author's rationale. Furthermore, Bill, Carson, and Bateman remind us the specific text the writer refers to might be interconnected with other texts, which in turn are connected with other passages. Thus, scholars remind us that both the various texts and authors allude to in context with the way those texts are interconnected with other texts may generate a network of texts. And one of my students put it, everything is connected. Thus, as opposed to just having two texts to work with, we may have far more to understand the writer's logic. However, all of these interconnected texts may establish a pattern and paradigm for how the author thought through a text. He may have followed the way his predecessors utilized and expanded upon previous revelation. If this is the case, figuring out the author's logic is far from the subjective. Rather, it's textually expressed by the intertextuality in the scripture. Did the writers of scripture have this idea of intertextuality in mind? Several lines of evidence show that they did. First, ancient hermeneutical practice demonstrate readers long ago combined texts together. For example, the principle of Gezerah Shavah states, where the same words are applied to two separate cases, it follows that the same considerations apply to both. The idea is that if two different texts share the same wording, then perhaps they are linked. This principle, extant by the 1st century AD, implies some of the earliest readers of scripture associated texts together. It was part of their methodology. Second, Jewish writings by the time of the New Testament illustrate the ancient readers did not merely link two texts together, but rather wove multiple texts together. For instance, in 1st Enoch, the vision of Isaiah, Ezekiel, and Daniel are merged together in describing a heavenly courtroom scene. Documents of Qumran also exhibit the same proclivity to combine texts. First Q Melchizedek combines a reference to the year Jubilee with various messianic passages, including Isaiah 61, Daniel 9, Psalms 82 and 10. And then the Qumran of Isaiah reads Jeremiah 23, Zechariah 3, 11. Together, both these refer to the term the branch. More examples exist of how those in the intertestamental period read texts together, but appealing to such instances, I'm not stating the way that these ancient readers correlated scriptures together were correct. Rather, I merely point out that some people by the time of Jesus viewed the scripture as an interwoven entity. Third, the evidence is not just external to the biblical writers, but internal. The writings evidence that wove to get the text together. Like I just said, we should not automatically conclude they did so the same way their contemporaries did. Nevertheless, we may say they did something similar. For example, when scholars look at Ezra 1:1, they know how the verse alludes to several texts. Ezra 1:1 matches the word in the 2 Chronicles 36:21. In addition, Ezra 1:1 explicitly mentions how Jeremiah's prophecy is fulfilled and cross-reference Jeremiah 25:11 and 12. Hence, the verse also links with the book of Jeremiah. Finally, Ezra 1:1 mentions how Yahweh stirs up the spirit of Cyrus, a phrase that occurs multiple times in Isaiah 41 and 44 and 45. Ezra seems to refer to that text as well. Thus, Ezra alludes to 2 Chronicles, Jeremiah, and Isaiah in a single verse. This illustrates how an Old Testament writer can allude to multiple texts in a small amount of text. Similarly, the book of Nehemiah also seems to collate multiple scriptural texts together. In Nehemiah 9, the Levites recount all of Israel's history, which is worded the way Moses, Solomon, and the prophets portrayed it. In all of these passages, the Davidic covenant is another example of this. The passage seems to allude to a variety of texts, including the Exodus and the wilderness wonders, the book of Judges, and the Abrahamic covenant. This too illustrates how the Old Testament writers correlated multiple texts together in their own writings. This also happens in the New Testament. We can point to the famous example of Matthew's use of Hosea 11:1. Matthew's use of here we are. Matthew's use of Hosea 11:1 is in the context of other uses of prior revelation, including Micah 5:2 and Jeremiah 31:15. In addition, commentators observe Hosea 11:1 itself alludes back to Exodus 4:22. Matthew interweaves a variety of texts into the argument to reveal his perspective to a reader. A similar pattern appears in Paul. For example, in Romans 9, Paul makes multiple allusions to various Old Testament texts in the discussion of God's work amongst Jews and Gentiles in a short span of 6 verses. He quotes from 2 different passages of Hosea, 3 different texts in Isaiah, and perhaps alludes to Daniel as well. Another example is in Romans 9. There, Paul combines allusions from Isaiah 10 with the word in Hosea 1:10. He grouped these 2 texts together because they share the same language of a remnant in Israel. All of this evidence is Paul referred to multiple texts because he thought that the texts were intertextually interconnected. Hebrews provides us a final example of how the biblical writers wove multiple scripts texts together. The writers of Hebrew quote from Psalms 95 and discussing the nature of rest. And doing so, the author ties Psalms 95 and Genesis 2:2 and the concept of Sabbath rest. Hebrews 4:4 also links Psalms 95 with the book of Numbers and Joshua because all these passages talk of the wilderness wonders and conquests. Thus, when the author of Hebrews contemplates Psalm 95, he doesn't merely think that the text, but it also of Genesis, Numbers, and Joshua. He thinks multitextually. The above provides some indication that ancient readers and writers viewed text with a greater idea of context than we might have initially thought. I will provide further examples of this as the book continues. Nevertheless, this discussion points out the hermeneutical misconception of locking herself into 2-text mentality. The author could have 2 texts in mind, his own and the text he alludes to. However, he also could have many more texts in view that he wrote. The notion of the interconnected in Scripture is nothing new to evangelical scholarship. With a high view of Scripture, evangelicals believe the Bible is consistent and thereby interconnecting and compounding. Consequently, as mentioned in the previous chapter, evangelicals have right-sided Dodd's observation that Old Testament texts are a window into larger biblical theological ideas. Carson and Bateman remind us of how multiple passages set a historical trajectory toward the New Testament in his handbook on the New Testament use of the Old. Bill cites the new to investigate how an Old Testament passage is interconnected with others as one deals with the way the apostles used previous revelation. Their emphasis on the way Scripture is connected reinforces the clarity of Scripture intertextuality. Even more, reminds of how vital the presupposition is when dealing with the Old Testament use of the word. Thus, we need to be open to the possibility that there are more than 2 texts involved in the discussion. And then it's going to talk about methodology. We can come back to methodology later on. But this is an important issue that I tried to simplify by talking about Bone Thugs and Harmony. Because if I just do a simple search, let's see, why do Bone Thugs in Harmony songs refer back to other songs? Bone Thugs and Harmony often refer back to their own songs or use elements from them in later tracks as a way to maintain a sense of continuity and thematic consistency throughout their discography. This practice also allows them to revisit and build upon ideas and themes explored in previous songs, adding depth and complexity to the overall narrative. Thematic continuity. Bone Thugs and Harmony frequently incorporates elements from their older songs, and the newer ones create cohesive sound and aesthetic. And this can include lyrical references, musical riffs, or even entire verses being repurposed in a new context. Developing themes. By revisiting references to their own past work, the group can expand on existing themes and ideas and add in layers of meaning and complexity to their songs. Maintaining a brand identity. Now, when they say layers of meaning, I would argue that each song meant what it meant at that time. But they want you to think about the additional meaning as it's alluded to from the previous. Maintaining the brand entity. Okay, and for fan encouragement. So now watch this. Let me just type in the keyword intertextuality. Bone Thugs and Harmony, like many rappers, frequently incorporate intertextuality in their music, which means they refer to and build upon other songs and artists. Themselves, actually. This practice can be used for various reasons, including homage, establishing a connection with past artists, or creating a layered, complex narrative in their own music. So it goes through all those things like that. So let's see. You can read all kinds of things. Intertextuality of rap and hip hop. They got whole articles on this stuff, and and you can even intertextuality is also talked about in sociology. But yeah, so that's what we're talking about, guys. We're gonna get through this video. We're low on energy, but we're making progress. All right, so I stopped it.
What you're doing is confusing the issue so that people can't understand my very simple critique.
No, what it is that you're legalistic and you don't like my simple explanation. And he wants to try and confusing the issue. And it has nothing to do with that. I'm not that interested in you, Toronto. I'll deal with this stuff in my own sweet time, in my own sweet way. And you could be ranting and raving over there all you want, but it's not going to change the fact that how I'm going to do it.
Of your argument. Instead of just dealing with it, you're confusing it. You're making it into something weird that nobody understands what you're talking about. But you sound like you kind of know what you're talking about. So people on.
So this is gaslighting, guys, where he wants y'all to think that I'm crazy, that I don't know what I'm talking about, that I'm confusing the issue, that I'm more difficult in all of this. This is a way that teachers try to maintain their authority. Don't listen to anybody else. Listen to me. I'm going to be the one that's going to help you, see through the ones that expose. We're follow us in this path, and you'll be all right.
Your channel will believe you or whatever, but this is foolishness, okay? Because I don't know what you're saying about. It's just making a similar. What did he say?
Whenever Herod was dead, that's when he came from Egypt. So it's just making a point of similarity there.
Just making a point of similarity. Just making a point of similarity. Matthew literally says that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet. He says that numerous times. That's
his paper argued for typological fulfillment. Did you change your view, Toronto?
my point. Practically every time he says that, whatever the prophets were talking about was not Jesus. He says it about the thing with Rachel weeping, even stuff.
Yeah, we were just talking about that one too, which is also in your paper. And you also use the term typological fulfillment under that one too.
Anyway, man, this is so.
And if we're going more technicality for this, there were different things that you could do with the use of the Old Testament and the New, but you're not changing the meaning, because the meaning is in Exodus. It was talking about the idea of the son being national Israel versus Pharaoh's sons, the death of the firstborn, and the Exodus event. Hosea makes a comparison of the whole nation being delivered, and then Jesus Christ, who is a son of the national son, is brought from Egypt after his death. So
it's not a change of meaning; it's a change of reference.
And we bring up child permanence to the writer, we're going to detail that, we're going to and then Jesus Christ, who is a son, was talking about the idea of the son being national Israel versus Pharaoh's sons, the death of the firstborn, and the Exodus event. Hosea makes a comparison of the whole nation being delivered, and then Jesus Christ, who is a son of the national son, is brought from Egypt after his death. So and we bring up child permanence to the writers.
Look, I don't know what that is. He's always we can bring up the hermeneutic.
You don't know what it is. I just brought it up. Do you get intimidated whenever you have sources? I just explained it in my own language, but you could go look, and that's what I was just reading to you a while ago. Now you know. Caldwell Apologetics even knows about child and hermeneutics of biblical writers. He's read it. He studies it and makes mention of that.
This and that. We can debate. This is what they do. This is what he does. This is the confusing nonsense that these people have to stand on. Okay? My question.
See what I mean? I'm confusing.
Question to you, layman, is that Matthew clearly says that it might be fulfilled, which is spoken by the prophets. Fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophets. Okay? The prophet was not talking about Jesus. He was talking about national Israel.
Yeah, I know. What's your point?
Matthew is talking about Jesus. So Matthew has.
Yeah, I know. What's your point? That's not a change of meaning. That's a change of reference. One refers to Israel, the other one refers to Jesus. But Israel, Jesus is a subset of Israel, and therefore he takes on the typological fulfillment as a representative for them.
Taken the meaning of an Old Testament text and changed it. All right, and
he's not changing the meaning; it's a change of reference.
Also, that's something he does repeatedly in that book. And so when PB says that the New Testament writers never change the meaning of Old Testament texts, that's completely wrong. All right, you haven't responded to my argument. All you've done here is just bring a bunch of weird words and weird.
Have I responded to it now? Where's your argument? Where's your argument at?
Weird analogies and trying to get around it. You have never explained what I just said, or explained what like you've never debunked what I just said. You have not done that. Ridiculous.
I don't know what you just said.
So that we're down, fruit bomb and all of this stuff. It's a common hermeneutical thing. I think in my how to study the Bible like a seminary professor, we went through some of that stuff. So his claim that dispensations are changing.
How to study the Bible like a seminary professor. This guy's gonna teach you how to study quote unquote the Bible like a seminary professor. What?
You see how negative he is? Really? I mean, come on. This guy, right? Anyway, people will see through this.
A joke. What an absolute joke. Does the seminary professor talk like this? Is that how your professor talks? When I have a simple question and you come up with all this weird analogies about bone thugs and harmony, talk about how, oh, it's just a similarity. It's just a similarity.
It's a layman's seminary. Just like you get mad because bananas are called professors. Oh, man.
Matthew literally says the prophet is fulfilled. What a joke. What a complete and utter joke.
Is wrong. And number two, even Matthew's not changing the meaning. But even if, let's say Matthew is changing the meaning from his concept, he's an apostle, he's inspired writer, so that doesn't justify us doing it because they do it. That's another thing.
I'm not saying that you can do it. I'm not saying that. PB tried to say that the writers of the New Testament never change the meaning. Now you're
They don't.
saying that they did, or you're assuming even if they did, that doesn't mean we can. Well, I'm not saying we can. I'm saying Matthew did.
I'm not addressing you. I'm not making a claim anything about you. I'm just talking about the topic. You're not that important, Toronto. I'm not talking about you. I'm not addressing anything about that. I'm addressing the issue about hermeneutics. I would have said the same statement to anybody, no matter who's in the room.
And so when Paul does, or other
If it don't apply, let it fly.
writers, we can easily do that. When Paul says, you are the seed of Abraham, we can take that to say, okay, he has changed the meaning of, or whatever. He's kind of applied this meaning to us in a different way or whatever. Anyway, so dumb.
Another thing to say is if you want to make a claim that dispensationalists are changing meaning, then what you would have to admit is that
I didn't make that claim. PB made the claim that the New Testament writers do not change the meaning. Therefore, your reading of it, which is not changed, or so you claim, is correct. That's what's his argument. And I made the claim that no, in fact, they do change the meaning. For example, Matthew 1 there, or other things like that. That's what I'm saying. What do you not understand here?
change meaning less than anybody else. Everybody else is just out of total control. There's no interpretive controls on their system. So those are my initial thoughts to that.
You know, Matthew says like, how do you get the promised land? Well, he's taking Hosea, and Hosea obviously talking about the nation of Israel. Matthew's playing the Jews.
Is Jesus an Israelite?
What are you talking about? Again, why are you saying this? That does not, it's like, dude, this guy is Jesus an Israelite. So that means that doesn't change it? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. He's still an Israelite. It's to Israel. It's being fulfilled. He's a subset. This is the situation vacancy argument that GB Carrot gives and everything. This goes back from Genesis 3. Like I said, I got that video about all that, you know. The fact that you get upset just because, anyway, it's nothing compared to what you did to Chris Morrison. So
what kind of joke is like this guy? At least put some thought into it. Don't just wrap up.
Put some thought into it. Really, okay. I'm talking about authors. I'm talking about resources. I'm telling you where you can study things in the future. I'm talking about ideas, and every time I do, all you do is downplay it. All you do is talk crap. So yeah,
off whatever's in your head. Some kind of like what do you like? If you why don't you say, okay, I don't know, maybe Mike has a good point, whatever. Don't just try to defend it with some dumb thing like that. What you just said, so ridiculous.
And Hosea obviously talking about the nation of Israel. Matthew's playing the Jews.
Is Jesus an Israelite?
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you see the word you used? Applying. Interpretation and application are not the same thing. Meaning and the referent are not the same thing.
Look, Matthew literally says,
meaning and referent are not the same thing. It just Toronto doesn't know hermeneutics as well as he thinks, and it seems like he's forgot what he knew before.
dude, this guy's not even dealing with the substance of what I'm trying to say here. You know, he's just trying to get around it. This is one of the weakest points of their argument right there. See?
Get around what? What are you offering?
Yeah, they're all like, this guy's panties are in a bunch now. It's because this is completely weak. PB just literally said that the New Testament writers never change the meaning of Old Testament texts.
They don't.
And there's many examples we could show of where they absolutely do. Okay, it's completely foolish and ridiculous to try and
No, the changes at the referent level. It's not foolish and ridiculous.
say that they never do that.
Okay, so here's the problem. Let's just type in this. The stableness of meaning. I'm just going to say it like that. I'm going to go secular first. E.D. Hirsch. E.D. Hirsch argues for the stability of meaning in a text, distinguishing between a text meaning as intended by the author and its significance as understood by the reader. He contends that the author's intended meaning is fixed, objective entity, while the reader's significance is subjective and can change over time. Here are more detailed explanation, talking about difference between meaning versus significance, author's intent, objective knowledge. All right, so now let's narrow it down to use of OT in new T. So we got a couple books, right? The two articles about E.D. Hirsch, meaning shared intentions. Let's see. All right, so now let's narrow it down even more. And let's do Elliot Johnson. This is a Master Seminary article by Robert Thomas. And I don't even agree with this article, but it should reflect what Elliot Johnson says. And I have Elliot Johnson's book, Stable. ISBA would differ with Elliot Johnson in his view that both divine and human meanings are discoverable in the Old Testament and that it therefore has a generic message. That is not do justice to the principle of single meaning. That's what Thomas was saying. I like Thomas, but I disagree with him here. It agrees with him that the text has a stable meaning and is not changing with the passage of time under influence of human reflection. A contemporary hermeneutic assists, but the stable meaning is single and not generic or multifaceted. So, all right. In addition to that, I'll go ahead and pull up 3 issues in essential dispensationalism, where you can see so these are books I can't get anywhere else. They're not in another format, so I got them here. And I've read through this stuff with PB, and so let's see here. Stableness. All right. Yeah, this would be a good place to start. So the meaning of Moses' historical record of the Exodus is stable, even though a reader's understanding may be enriched and deepened by sequential revelation. It now is clear that Israel's redemption at the Exodus is not complete. Yet in speaking of what God would do in the future as redemption, this further revelation reflects the original record of experience was a true model of what God does. Thus our understanding has matured in time, but the type of meaning originally expressed has not expanded, or another way to put it, it has not changed. It still means redemption from Egypt. Similarly, Isaiah's statement, which provided the sign of Ahaz, is stable in meaning. That stability is undermined if the sign is the original set of circumstances meant a natural conception. So he goes through and he talks about all of this, and it comes up in a lot of different books and stuff that they deals with. But that's what I'm saying. This stuff's in scholarship, in literature, and he doesn't know what we're talking about. So all I'm going to do, because we're almost done, is I'm going to finish this video, but I'm going to show y'all where he blows up on my after show on Chris Morrison. And then maybe in the next stream, we'll go through and we'll analyze that. But I just want to show you what he does to Chris Morrison.
Look at Peter. When Peter talks about how we're a royal priesthood, a peculiar people, that's from Deuteronomy. God was talking about the nation of Israel.
Yeah, but it's still talking about Israel.
Peter applies it to the church clearly again.
The subset of Israel that is the church. What's your point? Still Jewish Christians. Now, some people talk about it could be used as for Gentile Christians. That's possible too. But the reason it's doing that is because they have the similar role.
Again, anyway.
But it's still not a change of meaning. It's a change of referent.
Thing. So the meaning is the difference in both the Hosea and in the Matthew passage, and the referent is what is different. But one is a subset of the other. And this is just like in Isaiah, you have a nation being the servant of God, and then you.
That's just dumb too. Trying to say, oh, one's a subset of another. Ridiculous. Dude. It's completely different, obviously. Okay. Hosea was talking about.
Why did you even bother reading that book, the hermeneutic book that you learned? I bet you the same stuff that I'm talking about is in there. In fact, I'll bring it up. I'll bring up the updated one. So we're just going to search the word subset. I don't even know if it's in there. Some people use the word microcosm, subset, situation, vacancy. So Blomberg. All right. Here it is. 3rd edition. I think I read the 2nd edition originally. Social scientific approaches. Yeah, that's the sociology stuff. So let's just type in the word what word was I looking at that I said? I'll bet you it's in there. I'm getting sleepy. I'm having trouble remembering. Oh, subset. Okay, let's try GB Cared. Yeah, here's GB Cared. So these are the pages that talk about this. So that's discourse and speech act theory. And let's see here. Okay, so let's just type in servant. Let's start at the beginning. Servant. It's used for a seed too, but I'm looking for where it's talking about the servant of the Lord in Isaiah. Let's see. It's talking about covenants. It can be a covenant. People like, is this a new covenant? God promises. Lord redeem his servant. I could pull up Robert Chisholm on this issue. It's also in the Isaiah 53 book. All right, let's see here. Yeah, all right, let's do the Isaiah book. It's by Bach. And what's the guy's name that? Here it is, the Gospel according to Isaiah. This whole book deals with this. And Michael Brown's in here too. Interpretation Isaiah 53. Christian Interpretations, Richard Averback. All right. So you have this, but if you go to YouTube, you can see a whole discussion by Robert Chisholm where he's talking about this idea, applying it to Israel's servant. Servant Song in Isaiah, 6 videos you can see here. You can see that there's all different types of videos you can watch here. But yeah, y'all could look at that if y'all want. Robert Chisholm, he's a DTS guy. But yeah, so there's that if y'all want to look at that. I'm running out of gas, so I'm trying to get through here.
Exodus. All right. Matthew's talking about Jesus. They're different, clearly. Okay.
You
Anyway,
have the suffering servant, Jesus, as the subset. Same thing with the idea of the seed. You have the big seed, and you have the perfect representative, and that's why it's like a help wanted sign. Who's going to be the one that crushes the serpent's head? Well, everyone has the responsibility of doing that, but only one who's sinless and who's God will ultimately fulfill it. That's not changing the meaning. The meaning is stable.
what is he trying to say there now? So we're all the seed of the woman. We're all the seed of the woman. Is that what you're trying to say? See what he just said?
It's like a help wanted sign. Who's going
Oh my goodness. What are you thinking, dude? Every person has had the responsibility to crush the serpent. So their children had that responsibility. Cain was told, sin lies at the door, crouching at the door. You must overcome it. That's if you don't take the as sin offering. Like I said, I got a whole video on the Messianic hope. It goes through all of that.
to be the one that crushes the serpent's head? Well, everyone has the responsibility of doing that.
Everyone has the responsibility of doing that. Why? Why do we have the responsibility of doing that? Are we the seed of the woman? Why?
Yes, we are. See, he's assuming that seed means only virgin birth, and so this is why you should look at the book what happened in the garden by Chow Varner and others like that. So the issue is that the seed of the woman, the word seed, it means descendants, and so yeah, the woman had children. And so it's not a problem. Yeah, there will be an ultimate seed that will crush Satan, but it's not just limited to the virgin birth. See, he's reading all this into his text, and he's not understanding progressive revelation. A lot of that.
Why would we have that responsibility? What are you talking about?
Just like it says in Romans, now may God trample Satan underneath your feet shortly. It, like I said, I already brought up Cain and Abel.
Anyway,
But only one who's sinless and who's God will ultimately fulfill it. That's not changing the meaning. The meaning is stable.
so that's why example, many others. The main example is actually the New Testament almost clearly actually demands that you read the Old Testament through the lens of the New Testament. No, you cannot. No way to understand the book unless you do that. And they do it too, but they're not talking about it right now. For example, they try to separate the people who believe from the people who don't believe. The Jews who believe are separate in their mind from the Jews who don't believe.
Okay, so watch this. In one of my debates, I made a chart that I showed Matt first. So let me go ahead and pull that up.
Now he's gonna go to his dumb charts. See how these guys can't just
Doing charts to illustrate things to make things easier for you. You're so anti-academic. You don't like making things easy for people, visualize, simplifying things. You're just complaining, dude. It's really all. You're just a sour, bitter person.
explain. Like, look, I made a statement there. Okay, I made a statement that these guys have trouble with the idea that some Jews believe and other Jews don't believe
I don't have a problem with that.
because it seems like the only people who are going to go to heaven are the ones who believe.
Yeah, in the tribulation, only those that believe are going to get saved. The Jews today, they have to believe the gospel to be saved. I don't know what you mean.
Yet for them, they try to say that the Abrahamic promises and other promises of the Old Testament are unconditional.
They are, but that's not salvation. The God keeps the covenant in place, and the problem with the word unconditional, as I already explained in the paper that you've already seen, according to Academia EDU, is that the term is better permanent or non-dependent for the covenants, because even an unconditional covenant has conditions for receiving blessings. To each particular generation or an individual can be disinherited or not experience those blessings. I got a whole paper explaining the covenants and all that stuff.
Oh, they don't say anything about you having to believe.
Believe for what? I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm getting too tired, but I'm not sure what you're saying here, Toronto.
So if we read those things as they claim they're reading them, then there's no reason to say that they have to believe now.
Okay, so what he's just done is he's made the Abrahamic covenant tantamount to salvation, which ironically is what David Benjamin does, in a lot of ways. But the Abrahamic covenant is not about salvation. No covenants are about salvation.
Unless you read the New Testament into the Old Testament, which is what we do, right? And they try to deny that they do that. That was my point. Now he has to go to this chart. Let's see what this chart is. So dumb.
It's still rusty. Let's see, where did I put it?
Let's see what the chart is. It's so dumb. He hasn't even seen the chart yet, but it's so dumb. So objective.
Did I put it in here? Yeah, right here. Look at this. So in this one, can you see my screen?
And I explained that typically people take this as unbelieving. I take the view that this is unfaithful sons of Abraham versus faithful sons of Abraham. But I used unbelieving in this particular debate because that would have been too much of a stretch whenever I was debating Matt First and them. And I'm not saying, and I take the view that Esau and Ishmael are saved. Okay. But he's going to latch onto that. Watch.
Okay, so you got the green that represents Israel. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The seed of Abraham. The green represents the seed of Abraham. And it's divided into two parts. The unbelieving seed of Abraham and the believing seed of Abraham. Okay? Now, I actually believe that this actually works better as the faithful and the unfaithful and that it's not about salvation. But most people assume that it's about belief and unbelief. So an example of the unbelieving sons of Abraham that other people would bring up are Ishmael and Esau. They're eliminated.
Notice I say that other people would bring up, and I'm talking about those that are eliminated from the covenant as theocratic administrators. Watch what he does.
From being the ones that were.
Look, there's no reason to believe these people were unbelievers. It says both of these guys.
You see that? I did not say they were unbelievers. I just mentioned how other people view it, and that's why I put it that way.
It says in the Bible that they were gathered unto their people. Okay, that means to me that says that they're going to heaven, that they're saved. So for some reason he's trying to say that they're unbelievers. I don't know.
He's not even listening. He's really not listening. That is not what I said.
Why, but
An example of the unbelieving sons of Abraham that other people would bring up are Ishmael and Esau.
That other people would bring up. Oh. I don't see why you can't trace the logic, man.
Eliminated from being the ones that receive the covenant blessing. Okay? They're not the theocratic administrators. But Isaac.
Okay. He's trying to.
There he goes. See? He does that all the time. He freaks out. Oh, okay. It's like, dude, just save your reactions to later on if you're just going to go off the handle like that.
I say they're not the theocratic administrators, but they are saved, I guess.
And the thing is, he's seen the video before. So that I know that doesn't necessarily mean he comprehended everything in it.
I hope. Anyway.
Jacob are. So then you have the blue circle, which represents Israel. So the seed of Abraham includes others besides just Israel. It includes Abraham's other children that he had, with Keturah and all of that. But it's divided up. Same thing. One half is believing Israel, and the other half is unbelieving Israel. Okay. But then you have this circle in the middle, and that represents Christ. Christ is a believing Israelite. I mean, he don't need salvation, but he's the seed. So does this visually help you see, and hopefully help others see, that when people try to dismiss and say, oh, well, the seed or Abraham's blessing and Israel don't get a promise, do you see where they're going wrong, Taylor?
Yeah, I didn't actually understand what Mike's initial point was, though, when he was saying that we separate it. What is he getting at?
Well, what he's trying to do is he's trying to say that we separate the believing Israelites from the unbelieving Israelites. I think what he's trying to say is we would say the believing Israelites are part of the church now, and the unbelieving Israelites are not part of the church. I think that's where he's going. But that's a good question, and we need to keep listening.
So what did you explain there? Like, how am I supposed to understand this? So
that you can't point to a passage about being the children of Abraham and say, see, look, because we're all children of Abraham, Israel's not going to receive their promises, because Israel's a subset and the children of Abraham is a larger category.
Wait,
don't get a promise. Do you see where they're going wrong, Taylor?
Yeah, I didn't.
In the middle, and that represents Christ. Christ is a believing Israelite. I mean, he don't need salvation, but he's the seed. So does this visually help you see?
So Christ is the seed, okay. So what? What does that mean? Like, my whole point is that I don't understand what it says, that the seed of Abraham will receive the blessing, right? So you guys are trying to say that it's unconditional, that promise, right? Which I agree it is. So then why are you putting conditions on it? Like all these conditions you put on it.
Because it's like you say, hey, the car is yours, but in order to enjoy that car, you got to do your grades and all of that stuff. You know, salvation is unconditional in the sense that, yeah, after we believe, there's no other conditions on it. However, fellowship is conditional on whether we're going to walk in the spirit, confess our sin, and other things like that. This is an analogy.
Like, they have to be believers. They have to not be the son of Keturah or whatever. They have to not be. They have to be through Isaac. Like why is all that? Why?
And hopefully help others see that when people try to dismiss and say, oh, well, the seed or Abraham's blessing and Israel don't get a promise. You see where they're going wrong, Taylor?
Yeah, I didn't actually understand what Mike's initial point was though, when he was saying that we separate it. What is he getting at?
Well, what he's trying to do is he's trying to say that we separate the believing Israelites from the unbelieving Israelites. I think what he's trying to say is we would say the believing Israelites are part of the church now, and the unbelieving Israelites are not part of the church. I think that's where he's going. But that's a good question, and we need to keep listening.
Isn't it interesting that he doesn't even volunteer information about what he was saying here? He doesn't even want to help us out in any type of way.
Well, it's something they'll admit, and they'll admit, because, but that doesn't make any sense, because why should they separate? Because they're going to say that the original promise from Abraham is unconditional. Yeah.
Well,
So
right,
you
the
see what
promise
he's
is
saying?
unconditional, but not to receive the blessings.
Right. Yes. You had to
And
be.
that's-
Yeah, because you guys separate something about blessings versus the land, right? So what?
No, the land, this Israel, whenever the covenant was in play, even in the theocracy, even when Israel was scattered and outside the land, they could still receive blessings and cursing. But the fact is that the land in the kingdom is going to be where the blessings and all that is experienced as God rules throughout the world from Jerusalem.
What? So why? Where is that? Is that in there? Is that in the promise? The blessings.
It's from Genesis 12:3. It's reiterated in other places.
Like, where does it say that they only get the blessings, or what are you talking about? What you guys are making these conditions again? You're putting conditions there that aren't there. That's my whole point.
Deuteronomy 30. When you shuv, when you repent, then I will return. And then that's when all the blessings of the land and stuff take place.
Point.
Well,
So
right, the
you see
promise
what
is
he's saying?
unconditional, but not to receive the blessings.
Right. Yes. You had to
And
be.
that's why they need a new covenant.
Right. The Abrahamic covenant is given to Abraham's seed, but you had to be circumcised. You know, there was things like that, even during that time. But yeah, you're right. You have to be obedient to receive the blessing, and that implies you have to be a believer.
You have to be obedient to receive the blessing. Well, it doesn't say that really either. You know? I guess you guys are trying to say now that
I will bless those who. Oh my gosh! Just read Deuteronomy.
so if they have to be obedient to receive the blessing, then why did these non-obedient Jews get to receive the blessing now? You're trying to
All right. Number one is that Jesus Christ was a faithful Israelite, and he received a blessing and inheritance. And number two, he distributes that inheritance to people that are in the church that are made out of Jews and Gentiles. Whenever a believing Jew whenever a Jew believes the gospel, they're added to the metaphorical body of Christ, and therefore are able to receive those blessings that are ministered through Christ. All right. So I don't see what the problem is.
say that this is some promise that they're just going to get into eternity. Like, these Jews have not been obedient, right? The Jews.
The ones that are not obedient are disinherited, and they don't experience certain things, just like a believer in a church age, you know. But they're going to be there in the kingdom. It's not going to be ruling and reigning.
In Israel today, they're not obedient, right?
We're not talking about Israel today. We're talking about the church. Your mind is on Israel today. Israel today, when they go through the tribulation, and I'm assuming that's everybody that it makes up Israel, you know, they'll be from all over the earth or whatever. That concerns that. Man, I'm running out of gas.
So why are they somehow still receiving this promise?
They're receiving the only promise that they're receiving right now is the anti-Semitism clause. I will bless those who bless you and curse those who curse you. I don't think that their land is turning vegetation, and that's all part of the Abrahamic covenant blessing and all of that stuff. No, I don't think that's what's going on right now.
But if you say that, oh, the promise is unconditional, then okay, well then why is it only believing Jews get the promise? That's my point.
Because the covenant is unconditional, and all that means is that God will keep it in existence. It does not depend on man to keep the covenant in existence. That's why the term non-dependent is used, or permanent is used.
Point. Anyway.
I would acknowledge that. I think you have to take, you have to seriously consider a lot of interpretations you previously held. Because they probably come from covenant theology. Number two is audience relevancy. The new covenant is promised to a particular nation, and that nation has a particular cloud. They've been separated from the land, and they need to obey God to stay in the land. That's very, that's in the passages themselves.
Is it just boring and confusing, guys? You guys tell me. I don't know.
So what's the solution to this? Well, you have to see if there's any possibilities in the text or other texts, New Testament or Old Testament.
No, like, so the other thing is, if Jeremiah 31 is talking about the new heavens and the new earth,
Toronto, you don't even give your audience a chance. You make them feel like it's boring and confusing, so that they will tell you it's boring and confusing.
So why does he think Jeremiah 31 is talking about the new heavens and new earth?
Because why not? Why haven't you established that he's definitely obviously talking about the new kingdom or millennial kingdom?
In which passage?
Because you seem to be arguing that it is, but you've never proven it. It's super boring.
Does Jeremiah 31 mention the new heavens and new earth anywhere?
Anyway, I was gonna wrap it up anyway. Then let me just see it.
Only if the heavens above can be measured.
I know. Sorry, man. I'm sorry I wasted you guys' time with this.
Okay, so here's a Logos sermon.
Wow, Logos sermon, dude. You guys just can't get it. You can't like just simply explain yourself.
So here's the thing. We teach people how to fish instead of giving people fish.
That's the other reason why I think you guys are like weird. I don't hate you guys, but you're completely confused and you don't even know how to explain your own position. You can't explain my simple questions. You can't answer my simple questions. Okay? Your explanation of, oh, they get the blessings, but they don't get the thing. That's obeying the blessings. Well, it doesn't say that. You're just
like I said, my paper's on Academia EDU. You know about it. You've read it, or you've at least glanced at it. So I don't take this as sincere. If you wanted to know what I believed, it's there.
adding that. Okay? So just stop it. Just stop what you're doing. You guys are confused. Slow down. Think about what you're doing. Think about if you really want to make 11-hour series about this thing. Push it out to thousands of people. Think about whether you want to do that. Because the fact is,
think about if you want to keep making videos against us.
if you guys are wrong about this, then you're heretics. That's the reality, okay?
And if you're wrong about this, you're a heretic, maybe.
If we're wrong, then we're heretics. I'll admit it. But if you're wrong, you're heretics. And if you can't defend your own beliefs in a debate, I don't know why you're teaching it to thousands of people. Because as I said,
Yeah. You're provoking me to debate. Big deal.
if you're wrong, you're heretics. Okay? I'm willing to defend my view. I'm willing to debate you right now, anytime, right now, or in a month or whatever. Okay? But if you guys aren't, then why are you teaching it to thousands of people? Think about what you're doing, man. Because this, like I say, if you
Like I said, it's not required that you debate something before you teach
guys
it.
are wrong, you're literal heretics. This is wickedness. Okay? Figure out what you're doing before you start trying to teach thousands of people. Anyway. Oh, should I watch that? Is that interesting? Maybe we should watch that. Oh, because Taylor and me got an argument or whatever. Let's see what they say about that.
I mean, that's how. Oh, tomorrow. Yeah, so Chris Morris is going to debate Jeff Dollar tomorrow. And
Go to your
um,
videos and a comment. You can go to comments.
I think he went to Paul Miles too. I think I just saw Paul Miles.
Sort by new.
Sort by new.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't do that all the time. And then go to comment. You click down. Extend it.
The idea of longer lifespans in the kingdom comes from Isaiah 65, 2022. Even if you disagree with interpretation, you sound ignorant just saying it's all made up. He said, what interpretation? He just said, I believe. You really around? If I say I believe.
Yeah, he said I believe in a biblical reference, so it's kind of dumb for me to have to try to do that. But anyway, that's not the main point of my video. I criticized him for many other things in that video, which are much more significant and relevant. That's the minor point that I made. I barely even talked about that. Why? I don't know why you even focus on that.
I mean, that's how I understand it to be true. But anyway, what did he just said? I believe. If he referenced the Bible, I would.
Mr. I hyper focus on everything, and then you focus on a certain area, and he's like, I don't know why you do that.
At least have some respect for this foolish video. But the interpretation of Isaiah 65 is
Because the
also
interpretation is foolish.
But where's the argument against it? He's just
Right, that's one
dismissing
thing.
it.
He says you're wrong.
Just because you don't cite a verse.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so later on, I agree. I realized that I was wrong to say that.
You do that all the time. You've done it multiple times in this video. You're a hothead who wants to say outlandish things about somebody, and then you start listening and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Or, oh, all right, yeah, now I understand. Oh, yeah, he does know. And it's like, come on, man.
That, and I said, okay, you know what? That is a decent interpretation. It may be the Millennial Kingdom, maybe, but it doesn't change the fact that this guy's video sucks. It's obviously dumb.
You hear this? This is the extent of the critique.
The guy's trying to change Revelation 22:17 to 19 into being like, if you believe the cross gospel, this is about you. You understand how retarded that is?
It's a foolish video. This is a foolish argument. He says, you're wrong, Taylor. The one who sounds ignorant are the dispensationalists. That's why they have to create their own schools apart from academia. Oh, okay. So, what's your point?
What's my point? What's my point? My point is this, layman, if you don't get it, every other doctrine and every other theology, they all go to the normal seminaries. But you guys have to make up your own seminaries. You know who else makes up their own seminaries? Mormons.
Hey, our seminaries were good enough to quote in your papers for your seminaries, yet you're going to run them down?
Seventh-day Adventists, and people like that. Why can't you guys come to a normal seminary and defend your views? Because it doesn't stand up. It's the same reason why you can't debate me, all right? Your views are not defensible from any kind of rational point of argument. All you're going to do is just come up with this confusing stuff, talk about Bone Thugs and Harmony, talk about some other weird stuff, and confuse the issue, and try to act like somehow you responded to my critique when you didn't. This is what you do. This is why you can't come to a normal academic arena and debate your thing. Hey, all right. Good
You're going to find out.
night, God bless.
I don't know what that means. Do the covenant theology have their own schools? Yeah. Are they in academia? Yeah, they are. So what's the point there?
My point is that they are in academia and you're not, okay? They have their own schools, but their schools are actually academic.
Also, what they'll do is they'll debate among themselves, or they'll have schools that are like kind of general. Like my school is kind of general. Anyone can go there. So anyone can go there. You can learn all kinds of different theologies there. For some reason, you can't learn dispensationalism there. Nobody takes it seriously. And you guys, when you try to come up, nobody takes you seriously. Even Dallas Theological Seminary, which was founded by you guys, now they switched to progressive dispensationalism. They don't teach this stuff that you guys teach. Why is that? Why is that? Is it because, it's because they're all liberals? No, it's not why. I'm not a liberal. It's because you guys cannot defend your views in a real debate, in a real academic setting.
Are you saying progressive dispensationalists can't defend themselves in a real academic setting?
I guess real, actual critique. You cannot defend your views. If you and I start talking about this right now, just talking, you start talking about Bone Thugs and Harmony or some stupid nonsense. You cannot defend your views. Okay? That's why you can't debate me, and that's why you shouldn't teach it. Because why are you going to teach something if you can't defend it?
That's why they prey on people who are undereducated in the Bible. Well, here's the thing. You're educated in the Bible at Tyndale University, yet you don't know these things, and you think that these people that are uneducated should know. There's people that...
What don't I know? What should I know? Should I know? So what have you pointed out that I should know? Have you pointed out something here that I should know? Have you even dealt with my critique?
The resources I mentioned, intertextuality, a lot of those things that you should know.
No, you haven't. Talk about Bone Thugs and Harmony. So no, you're the one that doesn't know here. Okay, I know what I need to know. I can defend my views. I can debate you right now. Okay, you can't debate. You're gonna start talking about Bone Thugs and Harmony because you don't even have like a rational defense for your weird
Guy repeats himself a lot.
views.
with their Schofield Bibles or Janet that's read the Kingdom Come that she knows. That are uneducated should know. There's people that with their Schofield Bibles or Janet that's read the Kingdom Come that she knows. That's why no, you just give a simple explanation of why I should believe your theology. Well, you can't give a simple explanation for why one should believe covenant theology or new covenant theology.
Yeah, I can. I did just the other day. Okay, I can do that. And even if we had to do it in 5 minutes, I could do it. I could easily do it. I could explain that. Okay, but you can't. For some reason, you guys can't. I've been asking you for months. I've been asking you to debate it for months. You can't do it. I can do it. You can't do it. Okay? Ridiculous.
Explaining that it's not simple. It's confusing. It's not simple. You need to use more scripture. Isn't that simple?
No, it's not simple. It's just not. You can't explain it. You can't explain it. I have to watch. But this guy's trying to tell me to watch his 9-hour series or whatever, 9 videos. Who knows how long they are? Ridiculous. You just explain the thing, man. You can't do it. And even when I gave my very, very important and very simple questions that I asked in this video that you just reviewed, you can't even answer those. You just start talking about some stupid nonsense. Ridiculous.
Same argument people use against me about the chart. And
Yo, sorry, bro. My bad, man. God bless, bro. Have a nice day, okay? Talk to you soon. I gotta get through this thing.
how they dismiss my free grace arguments in my debates. And you said, okay, what do you think those verses are talking about? He said, actually, I forgot what this video was about. Isaiah 65 might be about the millennial kingdom.
So,
If you know that, then why don't you delete yourself? Yeah, why don't you should delete?
I should delete myself because I made a small mistake about a scripture. Who cares? Who cares? At least at least I can defend my views. At least I don't have to make up some dumb stuff about Bone Thugs and Harmony to confuse the issue when you get asked a question that you don't know how to answer. Try to say, oh, Matthew, is this the similarity? Da, 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 da. What? Matthew's clearly saying.
Man, I brought out your paper where you were arguing for typological fulfillment. Oh, this is so bad.
Saying that it fulfilled the prophecy anyway. Ridiculous, dude.
Isaiah 65 might be about the millennial kingdom.
So,
If you
so
know that,
even
then why won't you
foolish.
delete yourself? Yeah, why didn't he should delete this
Said that
thread? If that's the
interpretation from
case.
Isaiah 65:20 is foolish. And now here, when I asked him for his interpretation, it's might be about the millennial kingdom.
Yeah, who cares? Because Taylor, that's not even the important issue in that video. Okay, that's nothing. Why are you even bringing that up? Who cares?
See how he acts? He wants to put people under tough scrutiny, yet he gets a little tinge of scrutiny, and he's like, "Who cares? Who did this? Did?"
Point of that video. Point of that video is because that guy's trying to say the Revelation 22:19 to 17 to 19 is about like the crossless gospel and stuff and Calvinism or whatever. He's just mentally retarded. So that's the video is about. And I think he said something later on about that thing about how people are gonna have extended lifespans or whatever. And I went off on it. Okay, whatever. Who cares? I made a mistake. You guys can't even explain your dumb thing. You're talking about Bone Thugs and Harmony. What a joke.
That wasn't my main focus in the video, but this is still bad and reads foolish like this. He's not
Joke, dumb, Bone Thugs and Harmony, and what's another word? Ridiculous. Those are his key words.
even he didn't even
So wrapped up
examine
in
it.
just like attacking that he can't even.
Right.
He's just throwing claims.
No, you see what these guys think? These guys think that I'm just attacking. Why did you even come and put that? Why you just called me ignorant or I sound ignorant because I didn't explain that thing? Which again, this guy just started saying something. He didn't even give a Bible reference. Okay, so that's why I said that. Okay, I guess I was going off too much. So whatever. That wasn't the main point of that video. You guys are just into this wrong thing. You're just like now. This is what they're trying to do. Make this thing, which is nothing and not even relevant, make this into a reason to criticize my very serious questions that I asked them. Very important problems that I have with their argument that I pointed out, you know?
Yeah, I ain't seen nothing yet.
Anyway. Yeah.
Right.
So that's why I challenge him.
Do better. Sort of like what I did to Dit recently. He said your emotionalism is evident. You call me on my emotions too, so I understand this. You claim dispensations are just making stuff up about aspects of the millennial kingdom. Then you're presented with scripture about it, and now it's well, it might be about the kingdom, but
no, again, that was like nothing. That's not the main point of this video. All right. I don't know why you guys are upset about that. Who cares? All right, I said that. Who cares, man? My main I pointed out in the video I just talked that you were just reviewing about PB.
Because it demonstrates your attitude. You did the very same type behavior in this video multiple times. You go off on the handle, then you come back, oh, well, I guess it is, or I saw that, or, oh, okay, yeah, it is that. You know, it's like, come on, man.
I point out several very serious issues with your theology. Layman did not answer any of my questions, right? He just gave a...
Because I'm starting in the video in the very beginning, and I'm working my way forward, you know?
Run around. That's what that is. And for some reason, Taylor doesn't get it, that's what Charles did. And now you, Taylor, are trying to focus in on this little thing that I had. I said one little thing wrong in a video where this guy never referenced the scripture. Okay, who cares? Why can't you guys tell me? You try to say that the New Testament writers never change the way Old Testament scriptures are read. And I just gave a bunch of examples there. And Charles started talking about Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Still dumb. Why don't you pick up Andy Wood's book about the kingdom and read or refute that instead of these?
No. Why do I have to read his dumb book? Andy Woods is another one of these people like you. They can't explain anything. I have to read his book. I have to watch his 10.
You hear that? You hear that? He can't explain anything, but yet he won't read the book. He's lazy. Toronto's lazy. That's all that's to it.
10-hour series. Why can't you just answer a simple question? You try to say that anyways.
Because when we answer your simple question, you're just going to gaslight it. So we're gonna put a whole academic treatise out on it, so that everybody will clearly see you've been dealt with and you've been dismantled. And we're gonna do it by trying to disprove dispensationalism.
So utterly dumb. This is what these guys are into, man. This is how they'll never understand. Because for some reason they feel the need to defend their view no matter what, even though they can't even.
No, I'm trying to disprove dispensationalism, but I need to understand it, be a best representative, and know your position just as well.
Really defend their view. They have no logical defense for their view. But they'll fight tooth and nail to like somehow kind of defend it or whatever. So dumb.
Low-hanging fruit videos. Be more academic. You have been on here.
It's not low-hanging fruit. You made it. You made the series. You're calling yourself a professor, and you're making a series where you're.
There he goes talking about the banana again.
Explaining your view of the new covenant. I pointed out several very serious problems. You never answered my questions. All right? Don't act like you're more academic than me. You're not. I don't know. You're
I didn't say that. I'm just saying you can act academic.
trying to be academic. You're the one that's trying to be academic. You literally call your thing layman seminary.
And what does that mean?
Joke. What an absolute joke. Anyway, dudes, you guys are the ones with the problem here, not me. Okay? As I said, I explained my
Says everyone with a problem.
views. You can see my video on New Covenant Theology. That's what I'm kind of close to, and I explain why I'm different than them and why I'm more because
We'll get to it eventually. We're taking our time. We're being thorough.
of free grace and whatnot. I explained all that, so you can see that video. You can see it. But you guys can't explain. You guys have to make a 10-hour video just about the New Covenant thing. It's not even explaining dispensationalism.
We're not making a defense for dispensationalism. We're not that worried about you. You decided to react to the New Covenant videos. This is not a hit piece against Toronto's views.
It's just the New Covenant stupid thing. Anyway,
Here way too long to be saying might be, could be, possibly about what the Old Testament teaches about the kingdom. Yeah, and that fit right along with
what?
kingdom and read or refute that instead of these low-hanging fruit videos. Be more academic. You have been on here way too long to be saying might be, could be, possibly about what the Old Testament teaches about the kingdom. Yeah, and that fit right along with what we've done in this stream.
No, Layman. No. I know what the Old Testament teaches. Okay, I don't feel the need to assume that there's going to be something in the end times beyond whatever. You guys seem to think that we have to address this issue. Okay, well, can you prove that? Can you prove anything that you believe? Can you just demonstrate any single thing that you believe? Just one. Anyway, ridiculous. Anyway, you guys, I'm sorry, maybe I was going off too much, but these guys are so annoying because look, I can't believe they teach thousands of people this. And they try to say, oh, if you don't believe this, you're anti-Semitic. Ridiculous, dude.
Like I said, I'm not bringing that up. Number one, that was not how framed right. But regardless of that, like I said, I'm not going to call you anti-Semitic.
Anyway, I'm gonna wrap it up, you guys. Thanks so much for coming along. Hope you enjoy.
Okay, he's wrapping it up, but I'm not. I still need to go and show y'all what happened on the after show a few days ago. And you'll see exactly why I don't I know better than to try to have a conversation with Toronto. He has no respect for anyone. And he also reacted to Chris too, but
and that regenerate.
Don't those terms require defining a debate?
That's just Chris.
I'll say
Would say is universal
statement that teaches that
the argument and
When the Bible is very clear.
It must be the second debate show. Welcome, guys. For so,
This
just like
this is my point, and this is what I'm trying to say.
no, it's the third one. Hey guys, well, I'm not
a brother, and you.
So,
no, this ain't
Here's
it
the
either.
thing. Anything you
Okay, now I gotta remember where I was. Debate after show. Have free grace. Oh no. It has to be the first one.
Clear, you believe that Jesus is the Christ and you're saved. It's by grace we're saved through faith, and that
believe about salvation for us.
Yeah.
How
Okay.
can we fellowship with you if you don't even think we're believers?
They don't think of God as, or what are you saying about their way of thinking about God and goodness? And stuff?
One second before you answer.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just needed to make sure. I'll bring you on.
Okay. You guys can read it.
Now you can go again. Oh, Freemason Bible.
Well, just for clarity, ethics that something is good insofar as it is considered virtuous.
Presenting any like reason why I should believe this, other than I guess some claims, or just making claims about some kind of historical view they had of goodness or something. I don't know. What's the basis for this? Like, what's your evidence for this? Well, this is wild, dude. This is totally changing Christian doctrine.
This is not the, okay, hang on. If you're going to say changing Christian doctrine, you are the one who's not opening the issue of the history of Christian doctrine. But what I am giving you is what the Christian church has been saying. Change our view of what it is.
No, they're gonna say why? Why is it unsound? Tell us why.
Because the first premise is false. The Bible talks about different concepts, but they're not technical words. And the same word, words have semantic domains. The same word can refer to different concepts.
Yeah, we all understand that part, but I feel like you were saying that there's some different way of understanding the word evil in the Bible or something like. We understand that.
I am saying that if
go ahead.
I am saying there's a different understanding of evil in the Bible if what you mean is that evil is defined as breaking God's rules, which is the way most people define evil in the popular level. Or worse, if you're a dualist and you imagine that there's this evil power, that evil, a lot of people think that evil is a thing. And now this is proper philosophy. I don't think the Bible goes this far.
Okay.
The Bible itself shows that position. Jerome, you are imposing a philosophical paradigm on the text that doesn't exist in the text. And you think that you're not and you are. So I'm not.
Trying to say, Chris,
1 second.
No, I don't think
1
so.
second. Freemason, you got to show your face in the backstage, and then I'll let you in.
No, Chris, I think what he's trying to say is that God's act of creation, that is inherently good. You think it's good?
But you're equating good with morality, and that's what I'm pushing back on. That's a modern view that's wrong. The biblical
That's what I'm saying. No, well, whatever. They understood. Do you think they had no concept of the notion of moral goodness as opposed to like liking or loving or being
I've
good
already said that there is a concept of moral goodness. Moral goodness, but it's not what you mean. Moral goodness in the ancient world, in the Bible included, is when a man is what he is supposed to be. And when he is what he's supposed to be, you see that in certain behaviors. That's what makes the act good. It's called virtue ethics, if you want the terminology for it.
But nobody thinks of the Bible as having. Who thinks of the Bible as being written from a virtue ethics perspective? Like
I didn't say it was written from a virtue ethics perspective.
Really? Even the Old Testament? Like, what, they didn't have that kind of ethics.
I did not say it's written from a virtue ethics perspective.
You're not saying that. So okay, so then why would you think that they have that in their writings? Like,
because that's the general view of what goodness was. What virtue ethics is it takes the conversation people interested in actually learning anything. You're just saying no.
Explain to me. No. Well, aside from the fact that you're saying that they thought some different way about good back then, right? Let's just say that's true. Why would you think that God Himself? Why would that change our view of God? Like, I don't know. Like, it's weird. Wait, so, are you saying that they don't think of God as, or what are you saying about their way of thinking about God and goodness?
One second before you answer.
Take a break. Anybody know Freemason Bible? His cam is working.
Yes.
He's not morally good. He's some other kind of good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Chris.
This is wild, dude. This is totally changing Christian doctrine.
This is not the, okay, hang on. If you're going to say changing Christian doctrine, you are the one who's not opening the issue of the history of Christian doctrine. But what I am giving you is what the Christian church has been saying for the full 2,000 years of church history.
Okay, let's talk about this. So where did this begin? And who started it?
The Bible.
Where's the Christian church writing about this? Who's writing about it? Let's talk about it.
Irenaeus.
All right. So where does Irenaeus say this? Go ahead.
Sure. He defines God as simple, which is without compound, without parts, which entails goodness as a transcendental being.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that where's he saying that morality is different than goodness, or God's not morally good in that sense? Where's that?
It falls upon the nature of goodness. Irenaeus is not going to talk about goodness the way a 17th century AD philosopher talks about goodness. You don't realize that you are taking a modern concept and reading it back into the first century. You just don't get to do that.
You're claiming that. You're the one, right? Hold on. You've made this claim a number of times now, right? Now, what I'm asking you to do is demonstrate this claim somehow, right? Like, give me some kind of evidence for why I should believe what you're claiming about what they used to think about goodness and what we now think about it, how it's different.
There is no way, so I can, and I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to in the proper sense. I'll give you a raw down one. The reason is because we can trace historically very clearly where the modern idea of goodness comes from. It comes specifically when Descartes made I think the Ephraim guy, when he made the distinction between I'm a thinking substance, between what we are, the thinking soul, the I am versus the body. He made the material and immaterial split. You have Descartes, which moves into Humean skepticism, which moves into John, which moves into.
Well, I think you're making a claim, another link.
I'm just trying to explain the history to you.
No. I get. No, you're not. Because you're saying the thing about Descartes, which I get.
Okay, so I'm just going to stop because you're interrupting.
Hold on a sec, Chris. Hold on a sec. I don't want you to just run off into the weeds every time I ask you a question.
No, the problem is he.
See, he says he's interrupting. He wants to assume he's running off into the weeds. He's not. He's trying to give an informed discussion, in this area. And see, Toronto is not going to act like an academic. He's not going to act in the way that he should. It's just not going to happen.
He is answering your question. You don't.
No, he isn't, man. Listen, dude. This is what he's doing. He's running off with just a weird, like, long summary.
No, what he's doing, he's showing.
And this is the same guy that got upset because I raised my voice after he was bullying me into a debate on his Discord, you know. But look what he's doing here.
History and other stuff that is, and this is part of the problem.
What?
You've got to
What are you
deal with
talking about?
history, and you have to deal with the Old
I
Testament.
get history. I understand the value of
And then
history.
you also
Man.
have
What
to
I'm
deal
saying
with
is,
modern history to know the difference.
I
Like
know modern history. Listen, I'm willing to accept your historical arguments. I'm not willing to sit here and listen to a bunch of like yappery.
Oh
I'm
my
making a
goodness.
case here.
The problem is,
Oh my
I'm trying to
goodness.
deal with it in a yappery way because
Dude.
this is a scholarly position that
It's
you
not
have to
scholarly,
know
man.
a lot
It's
of
not
stuff.
scholarly.
Get to it.
Listen,
Why?
when I
Why?
asked you, listen, first you started talking about Irenaeus. Then you started talking about Descartes. Where's the evidence that people back then didn't understand the clear distinction that we all make between goodness and
He was-
whatever? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? You're trying to say God has some different way of being
Also,
good?
you're behaving and you're sounding extremely hostile.
No, I feel bad for Chris, but you gotta understand this is just how Mike speaks. Like you gotta be kind of resilient to it.
No, this is no. Listen, man. Listen, this is confusing. It's not good, man. When you guys start talking this confusing stuff, people are looking to you to teach them about the Bible. Okay, and they don't need.
See, same message, same thing he does with everybody else.
You to start going off into your weird like.
Let me put it this way: in the Greek and Hebrew understanding and all, you take just the nature of man. Nature of man was they used a couple words. I can't remember what they are, but basically it was the idea of this one section you're doing good, this other section you're doing bad. It's just a general understanding of of what one is doing out of their nature, and that's what they're doing. So again, you could and the reality is there's no exact distinction. It's a matter of you're either doing good or you're doing bad. It's not that you're there's this morality and stuff. It's just you are.
No,
Or
he
you are.
absolutely has morality. This is what it is. It's sin. There's sin. If you commit sin, that's immoral.
No,
okay? If you don't commit sin, that's not immoral. That's
sin
what it
is
is. Very
just a
simple.
general idea of missing the mark.
Can I just offer something? And this is really not for, at this point, Toronto, because I don't think he's going to listen, but for the rest of the panel. Can I just offer something real quick? So, since we like our Bible, everybody knows what this is, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Which is that the last edition?
Yes.
Yeah, nice.
Now, bear in mind, this is the way that people spoke. This does not only read the Greek New Testament. This looks at the entire corpus of a huge corpus of Koine literature from like the 3rd century BC to like the 3rd century AD. This is the way people spoke. Now, the word for the primary word for goodness, I don't know if you can see it. You probably can't. It's kalos. It's right there. And before I tell you the primary word for goodness, the primary word for beauty is also kalos with an extra L. This should tell you immediately that goodness and beauty in the ancient mind is the same thing or closely related.
In the Greek mind, not in the Bible, dude. You understand?
Let me finish this.
Please let him finish.
Now, if you look at the word kalos specifically, pertaining to being attractive and outward appearance, that is beauty, handsome, and fine. Also pertaining to being in accordance with, hear that, in accordance with the purpose of something. That is to be good. That's what the word meant in the ancient world, to be in accordance with your purpose. That's the way it meant in both languages.
To be in accordance
Now,
with
I've
God's law.
answered your question. You are
No, you
refusing.
didn't, man. You're just mixing issues. You're just confusing it. Look, it's good is being in accordance with something. Yes, in the Bible, it's being in accordance with God's law.
There he goes again. Oh, you're just confusing it. See the same repeated patterns.
The Bible is written in Koine Greek.
What? I know that. I'm trying to just respond to this Greek argument. Dude. Just chill out. Listen, just chill out, peaceful man.
Okay, well, you're telling me to chill out, but you're coming here screaming, and you won't even
Roxy, you gotta relax.
Yeah,
just
I'm about to put you in the backstage.
You guys are confusing. You guys are yapping. You guys yap stuff and you confuse people, man. It's weird. It's weird.
The problem is,
Are you a dispensationalist too, Chris?
The problem is this goes beyond your understanding. So
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You guys are beneath my understanding. You guys arguments are retarded. Okay, what this guy just said.
All right. Okay. I will say I kind of agree with Toronto's general premise, not anything that he expressed, but
And that's why it does no good. That's why it does no good to get in the stream with Toronto, guys. And so, yeah. Anyway, I'm tired. Hopefully, you see, I'll be doing more stuff in the future on this series. And I'm sure Toronto's going to be triggered, but he'll get over it. If not, he can always make another video. Y'all have a good night. God bless. Check out more content, old stuff and new. It's all good.